the bomb in towards the window. That probably cost them a fair bit. So unfortunate stuff for Vietnam, but Brunei will definitely take it. They're going to be off to a decent start, although they're running into the Deagles now. We know that Vietnam are pretty good with them. It's KJ picking up the first one here, but Prodigy has been a real nuisance with that weapon. So he's trying to get into it, but he's locked out for the moment here with the smoke. Can't really do much of anything.
Ooh. Oh, this is pretty simple, isn't it? Went for a force buy. Again, not a huge fan of force buying when you don't get a plant on the T side. It is pretty risky, and it's not paying off. Prodigy's all that's left. 1v3. I don't know about you, Anders. I don't think this one's going to happen. This should be Brunei taking a 2-0, and then probably a 3-0 start.
Flash him out. That'll get the job done anyway. I like it. Brunei's great play, and they get to avoid some of the Deagle danger there. Vietnam, okay, they will invest into the hero AK, so I guess it's kind of what they did on Dust 2. They want to have some presence and apply some pressure in every single round. It's fun though. I like seeing it.
Yeah, I agree. Vietnam looks like a hero AK buy for Prodigy. I mean, if anyone's going to pick it up, it would be Prodigy. In all fairness, he's pretty damn solid. He's pretty good in towards that first map. He's pretty good yesterday, so I don't hate this, but a little bit more heroics are going to be needed. A bit of attack going to come through, not too damning, but at least enough to maybe make Sora think twice. And the first to fall is going to be KJ. As Casper swings out via short. Easy. The AK swinging a fine, though. Beautiful shot. Okay.
Ooh, we'll pick up one more. Yeah, why not?
There's guns on the floor, man.
Yeah, you got to be careful. And they're not ready in the middle. Prodigy doing great work and different with the Tech 9. So it's just Axter, who was actually flanking through T-spawn, which if they would have been able to hold one of the bomb sites, would have been really sick to get that kind of a flank in, but they lost the rest of the team. So now he's just kind of on his own. And I don't think there's anything he can do in this round. So the force buy or the hero AK, it works out for Vietnam. They'll take it.
It's crazy. A hero AK buy working. It never really should as well, but Prodigy, lovely double opener. The Tech 9 gets a freebie as well in via connector and, also gun sense then pick up. All the upgrades. Cannot complain, and a swing and a fine. Prodigy's had a great round. 4 kills to his name. Quite literally is the definition of hero AK as well. Brilliant work from him. And of course, in doing so, Vietnam get their first on the board. And now it's a chance for them to really start spiraling things in their favor. For Brunei, money, little feeble, even to a degree, and some of them teetering on the edge of maybe even double eco territory, which could tempt them into a force. But I think with probably having about 4K in the pockets of Casper, they can, I think, afford to not buy here. And worst case scenario, maybe a double FAMAS buy towards the next. We'll see though. Nading towards mid, bit of a tag, and the first fight goes the way of KJ.
Yeah, attempt to apply a little bit of pressure, and they're actually walking through the smoke. The chaos is everywhere, but it will work out for Vietnam nonetheless. Nice headshot at range. Oh, and it will be another one. So the USP is somehow doing more than I was expecting. It's still going to be the round for Vietnam as they'll pick it up pretty quickly there. Get to save the AKs and even an M4. But I like the attempt from Brunei to try and apply some pressure to that top mid position and really get in the face of Vietnam early on and kind of show them that, you might be aggressive, but we'll try and play that strat book too and see if we can put some pressure on you.
Yeah, exactly. 2-all.
Good news. Nice flashbang, and they're going to keep fighting here. Sora nearly running out of bullets. Pulls up the Deagle to take care of the last player. All right, he's really woken up here. That's pretty sick.
Okay, individually looking pretty good. Vietnam making sure this one looks good for them as well. Yeah, when that Deagle gets pulled out as well, it's good to see that you can kind of do it on both. Pretty damn good. But yeah, all in all, man, I mean, this is really showing just how mechanically good Vietnam are. Brilliant work. No buy for Brunei. Fellas.
Ooh,
wait, how
mutiny on the server.
Yeah, but how do you? Yeah, exactly. That's got to be intentional, because even if you backstab somebody on your team, you can't kill them first goes. That's got to be. That has to be on purpose.
Some real disagreements there.
Yeah, what?
Maybe it's like a prank that's just gone too far. It's like, oh, knives are out. All right, he's going to get that one at the very least. Trying to fight his way through. Like we said, Casper's playing pretty well on the first map, but it's too much. There's too many people coming at him. Oh, they're having a really good time now, aren't they? You can tell the mood is changing the server. I think Vietnam, they've realized, all right, listen, we're going to win this game. We're ready for it. So now they're just relaxed and off the hook. And maybe Brunei are just sort of saying, all right, listen, we can't do much. We're not going to win this.
I would love to see, I don't think we have it, but the replay of what went down in that kind of knife debacle. I'm sure even if you backstab your teammate, he only does like 70 damage. So there's got to be some sort of intent there. You know what I mean?
Maybe somebody else stabbed him first and it was like an accident. I don't know. It's a good question, though. Different will go down. It's good AWPing. That was one of the highlights for Brunei on Dust 2 as well, was their AWP play. They had a couple of people there that seemed pretty competent. So maybe that can save them on this map, too. Casper just here. Taking a look into the middle. There are players in there. Good flash to set up a kill. And could have easily been a second there, but Sora got his vision back, I think, just in time. So it's still a 4 versus 3.
All right. Prodigy. Some good work as well when he's been fighting out from B apartments. Bar getting knifed that one time. Swinging towards Kart. Casper going to get 2. That's big. Now Prodigy is all that's left. He gets caught as well. And Brunei going to find themselves a round. So only a 2-round game. Honestly, bar the monetary situation for Vietnam where they have enough, right, to kind of rebuy in. Brunei are keeping this competitive. Only 2 rounds behind. That's kind of reaching distance. If they can get to a point of breaking that economy, it could probably spiral into taking a bit of a lead as well. So Brunei, honestly, they're doing okay.
They are doing all right. Once again, it's not a complete walkover here. They have a couple of players that know how to answer back. Now they have quite a few AKs picked up. 2 of them on the CT side that can make a real difference. That we're running into with Vietnam quite a bit is that they sort of take the sites, but they actually have to go back and pick up the bomb again. So that's a bit of a funny quirk.
Now what, right? 2 remaining of Brunei. Play up together. Better to go about it. Pop flash ramp, just in case anybody was thinking about flanking. Doesn't happen, though. Pop flash out towards A. And again, no one there for now. Swing. Coming through. Casper gets the first. He has been looking pretty decent and all.
Six to 3 here. The problem again, and this was the same thing on Dust 2, and it's going to continue to be a problem for Brunei, is that the money is such a big problem. When you lose sort of every other round, and even the round you win, it's kind of close. You're going to be down to what we see now with a couple of FAMAS. You're not having all the grenades that you want. So there are a lot of issues that stack up. Again, Vietnam have dropped the bomb back in T-spawn. So if they have success at the start here, they can't necessarily just capitalize on it. And they are going to have quite a bit of success. Only 1 player left at the bomb site, and he's walked into the smoke. More than anything, I think, just to try and stay alive at the moment. So, got to be careful here. Yeah, KG able to pick it up. And once again, if they had the bomb, they could have planted it already.
Swing. Casper's good. Prodigy's a big one to find as well. What a decent game so far, Prodigy. 11-6. So, not a bad scalp to find. Oh, no, I don't know if he'll clear this. He will. It's a bit of a dicey angle for Sora there because the way in which you peek, you get spotted first, but it doesn't make a difference. KG, a little labored. He'll get the kill nonetheless. And Vietnam guaranteeing a lead. Now, it's actually looking pretty similar to what we saw in towards Dust 2. That ended 9-3 in favor of Vietnam. We've got 2 more rounds in this half as well. And there's a very similar chance, a very decent chance we could have the exact same scoreline. If that's the case as well, especially on T-side and Mirage, I think it might be over before it even really starts.
Yeah, unfortunately, it is starting to feel that way. Vietnam just with a real level difference here. Once again, Prodigy leading the charge at 11 kills. Deagle's out, though. When actually, it's another deal from further on back. Jaeger able to pick up the headshot here. They are trying to move forward. Casper in the underpass, able to get a bit of a kill. So 3 versus 3. Prodigy still landing good shots. And once again, the bomb side has been lost to Brunei. So the bomb is going to be planted, no question about it. Casper, he's in the connector, and I'll see if he can do anything. Yeah, jumping right into the Zeus, and he's going to get stunned by that. That's wild.
Oh, wow. Eagle.
Unexpected.
Hoping to get something to connector. I don't think it's going to be a case. Actually, should have been heard there at the very least. I don't think he's going to get too much further. He's actually, the smoke is stopping him. Different doesn't hold Cat in time, so he does manage to get himself away. In towards ladder, though, which potentially could be a bit treacherous. I don't really know if he's going to be spotted here this late towards the round. It's not going to matter. Flash didn't even pop over in towards under. So it is going to be Vietnam up to an 8th. That's already great. I mean, this is a very, very strong kind of T-sided actually to get the kill at the tail end there as well. But yeah, it's a very strong, you know, Mirage is at least currently statistically the 3rd most CT-sided map in the pool. So we're seeing, you know, a really strong T-side, which should be more than enough for Vietnam. You know, they're a side who can level up quite a lot when it comes towards their CT side as well. Bar the pistols, which have been pretty dicey for them, everything else has been very, very clean. So I'm looking at this and saying, my expectation, Vietnam with this sort of scoreline, I can't see them throwing this away.
No, it doesn't feel likely, does it? 8-3, although again, the AWP coming out. We've got a second AWP on Casper. That seems to be the ticket forward at the moment, but I don't disagree with what you're saying. It does feel like Vietnam are just in cruise control for a victory here in a 2-0 fashion. Dangerous jump, but a little bit of a friendly grenade coming out to help push them back. There's an attack in the middle too, so they kind of split their forces up here, Vietnam, a little bit. 2 in the middle, 2 in the B hallways. They could jump down into the underpass to help out, and maybe that's exactly what they'll do. The bomb being brought back now up onto short. And KG, that's a really nice shot. There's only one player left of the B bomb.
And 30 seconds doesn't really have a lot of time either.
Yeah, I was going to say the bomb is so far away. I think this kind of a sort of almost running around the world kind of strategy is probably not going to be working out too well. Nicely done. And it will be an 8-4 half here in favor of Vietnam. So still got to say, very good position. But if Brunei can keep up their streak of winning pistol rounds, then maybe they can make it sort of like an 8-6 type scoreline, especially if they can deny the bomb plant. So there is a way to make this, I think, a lot better for them anyway. But Vietnam, I mean, they do look like a better team. There's no way around it. Yeah,
exactly that. I think, you know, even if we made the assumption of Brunei getting the pistol here, we're still looking at the best they could probably do is 8-6, 8-7, maybe if force fires go wrong for Vietnam. Even then, it's a real big ask. Vietnam, that's very, very good kind of foundations they've built on that C side. Now heading on towards the CT side of the 3rd most CT sided map. I mean, everything is looking pretty solid. There's nothing really you can complain about, I think is what we're trying to say here. And if Vietnam do manage to finally break the curse of a pistol, who knows? Maybe they see this one off relatively quickly. Brunei haven't been bad. They just haven't been able to quite keep up when the guns have been in play. They're popping out Prodigy for the first, KJ for the second. And in doing so, this might be Vietnam breaking the pistol curse.
It does look like it's a bit of a good start, isn't it? And they're hunting down the last couple of players. It's KG at the end with a couple of kills. So, yeah, Brunei. The big key that they had getting into some of these halves was winning the pistol, and now that's been taken away from them too. So 9-4 instead. And the Vietnamese squad, I mean, they're just on track to victory here. They need another 4 rounds and they're good to go.
Yeah, honestly, pretty damn solid from what I've seen so far. Can't really complain at all. What we've seen from Vietnam, that might be the sign of things to come in the sense of this game being ended. They've finally broken the curse. The pistol actually looks very clean there as well. And now they got the guns out early. Different for the first. He's getting hunted. He's getting chased. And he acts his teammates to support him. It's a massacre on towards the A site. The last man is soon to fall as well. Vietnam lock in double digits. 10-4. A 6-round buffer. Anders, I think this is done.
It's looking very grim at the moment here. I don't know what it'll take to bring them back into it. They're going to get the AKs out now, so at least there is a chance to fight back with that. But yeah, it's all been pointing in one direction at the moment here. Vietnam looking strong. Prodigy, again, 17-7, although KJ is also up there with 16-10, so they have a couple of different players that are able to do well, but Prodigy really is the star of the team, it feels like.
Yes. He's very, very good. Spam is pretty good, though. It's KJ. We'll find Jaeger. Flash gonna come over, maybe. Does come around that corner. Prodigy gets the first. Looking for more, and Prodigy might just massacre them in mid. Gets one more before traded. Oh, Anders, that was probably the last hurrah, I think. That was the full buy, which gets immediately decimated in mid. That might be it.
It could well be. Yeah, they're doing a fine job at the moment here. 2 more rounds, and they will be able to have a little bit of an early celebrations. As we said, there's a little bit question about what's going to happen with Malaysia and Thailand out there too. But for Vietnam, I mean, they're making a great case for themselves and certainly giving us something to remember them by. So I think that's important too. We're going to head into round number 16 here. And
yeah, I mean,
pistols on the Brunei side.
Just to update you as well, maybe on that Malaysia-Thailand game. Obviously, Malaysia won map number 113-7. They're 3-1 up on map number 2. So right now they're on track for that 2-0, which would guarantee Malaysia getting this spot.
All right. I'm putting in the work too, which is not too surprising. Been playing very well so far. A little bit of damage in return, but only the 1 casualty here on the Vietnam side. We are at a 12-4 scoreline, and there's no stopping them. No bomb plant here, but they're going to have enough money to buy. It's not a great success. It's kind of like, all right, yeah, they're getting that, but in terms of just the overall class difference here, it's very hard to overcome. It doesn't seem like Brunei are quite able to do that.
Yeah, exactly that. So 12-4. It's going to require a bit of a near impossible resurgence coming through from Brunei. I mean, this would require some heroics. They do have a buy, at the very least, which is going to be the one positive to work with. Any more is a big ask. Invite mid. Bit of a spam. Was the kind of lacked, not even throughout this series, but kind of throughout every series they played so far in this qualifier.
Yeah, and you know the game is obviously made that way. So if you give your opponents too many rounds on the road, they're gonna have a lot of money to work with. Also, when you're lacking the bomb plants to go with it, like there's just a lot of economic stuff that's happening in these games too. That's making life a little bit harder for Brunei. So the nature of the game, and hopefully they can do better in some of their future matches. But to be honest, out of the 4 countries here, right, there is a definite sort of rank order. Where Malaysia just seems like the team to beat at the moment, and Thailand and Vietnam still playing at a very high level. Brunei maybe a little bit lower, but I'm interested to see if they can improve that over time. The next couple of seasons of Iesf, because definitely the rest of the countries here they know how to play Counter-Strike.
Yes, no, exactly that. I mean, that is going to be the big thing. Honestly, though, I've been quite impressed with this qualifier. I mean, Brunei is, even as the kind of the quote-unquote sort of weaker side, actually didn't even look too bad, especially not in the server specifically. And then the other 3 teams, Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, all very, very solid in themselves. Take a look at the stats at the tail end, and a couple of real highlights. Prodigy in particular, 22 kills, and a very, very good game for him. And I think that's the big thing. We're very impressed, right? That if Vietnam maybe had a little bit of a cleaner game against Malaysia, potentially we could see them being the side, but Malaysia so far seems to be undefeated.
Yeah, they're doing so much good work here, but no surprise, Prodigy was one of the really big players there. Tadoi, I believe. So it just generally looked like a rock solid player, and that's true for the other games that we saw from him. So I don't think there's any real surprise at all. It's a short game. They managed to win it fairly quickly. Yeah, I would love to see really, especially like all 3 of Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. It'd be fun if we could get all of them for the qualifier. Would almost wish that we could, but yeah, I mean, we have to find the best out of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the big thing. But all in all, I've been impressed with Vietnam. They've looked good. They're very puggy. This kind of maybe slightly more unorthodox style of play that we don't see as much in EU anymore. It's always refreshing. It's always good to see. There's a lot of names there as well that I'm definitely going to keep an eye on, especially when we look towards maybe even next year or ever do any more qualifiers kind of in the Asia region. I'm going to keep an eye on them because they look pretty damn crisp. But yeah, a really good win coming through from Vietnam. It's good for them. Like we said, though, for those who maybe don't know the context, Malaysia did beat them yesterday, and Malaysia are currently a map up against Thailand. If they win that second map, they are guaranteed to qualify as the team making their way towards Chengdu, China. It's only 1 spot available in this region, so yeah, pretty cutthroat.
Yeah, which is how we like it at this stage. Malaysia, yeah, they were such a phenomenal team.
Wow.
Maybe a little bit surprising to us, but they had like Chow that we saw surprised all of us. It was very fun. Enable was kind of the name that we knew, but I feel like he was not the standout player. The other one from maybe
Sure.
Bubble Sacks was I think was playing very well. So they had a couple of players there that definitely stood out and managed to do some good work. So hopefully they can keep that up. It's good that they are still doing well.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Hopefully we get to see the case. Now we are kind of actually done with Southeast Asia at the very least. We'll be heading back on over to the Central Asia side of things where we look at teams. I think our first game is actually going to be that Kazakhstan-Uzbekistan game. It's a pretty
nice.
banging game. You know, it's the two best teams in that region, the two teams that probably should qualify towards the next stage. It's a bit of a heater. I mean, basically that should decide who finishes first or second in the standings. But luckily in that sense, it doesn't really matter because both teams actually will qualify towards the land regardless, but it should be a real banger. I mean, we look at that as a really decent opportunity to kind of showcase who is basically going to be the best of the best. I think if I'm right in saying that was also best of one, I think too.
It's the best of one, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, all down to one. But before we get into conversations about that, Anders, and all of the rest, we are going to be throwing this one to a bit of an extended break. We don't start for another kind of 35, 40 minutes or so when we come back on cameras. So that'll be starting around midday if you're in Europe, 11 if you're in the UK, and wherever else you are, I don't know, gonna have to look it up. Check out, you know, about 35-ish minutes is when you need to be back here. We've got Uzbekistan taking on Kazakhstan. Sit tight, we'll see you all in about 35 minutes. Yo, what's going on, people? Welcome back after a little bit of an elongated break. We're heading back in towards our second game of the day. We've got Kazakhstan taking on Uzbekistan in a bit of a clash of the titans here in the Central Asia side of things. I mean, these two sides are touted as the absolute favorites here. Both of them are flawless so far. Kazakhstan found themselves 3-0 in their opening game. And I mean, Anders, they've only dropped 7 rounds. It's been pretty good.
It's not been bad. Really, really fun. This is the game that we're looking forward to. I definitely think this is going to be a fun game. I know that you're on the Uzbekistan side. I feel like I've got to be on the Kazakhstani side just for some balance. They did play very well. I wouldn't be surprised. Again, they're a country, a region with an enormous history with Counter-Strike. So I'm excited for this game. It is a best of 1. I almost wish it was a best of 3 just for the fun of it. But either way, we're going to get a chance to see how these two teams fare up against each other.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I love this Uzbekistan side, but I have to be honest, I actually think Kazakhstan are the better team here individually. I mean, they are a team. Okay. I think that's the biggest difference. I look at, when I'm trying to prioritize these sort of matchups, I do always have to hold that little kind of grain of salt in the sense of this is a mix towards Uzbekistan where Kazakhstan are an organization. They are tall. They used to be a vanguard. He's the core of them. They've played together for a long, long time. They know each other very well. So they have just a little bit of a deeper strap who executes all of the rest. Uzbekistan, I think they've got a lot of talent on this team. You know, Iesf, somebody who known for a while. DSSJ is all very talented AWPer. However, I just think you kind of got to back the team over the individuals sometimes. And this might be a prime example of it. This Kazakhstan side looked pretty damn scary where, at least even yesterday, Uzbekistan against Tajikistan, it was a little bit harder fought than I think we probably expected.
Surprisingly so. I mean, but on the other hand, though, I've got to be honest. Like we got the interview with one of the players from Uzbekistan yesterday. Pfizer was it? And it just felt like they were very, very confident. It felt like they knew what they were doing. They weren't really worried at all. The Kazakhstan, there was the Kazakhstan we were interviewing, was it? Did we get to talk to Uzbekistan? I was just making that up. Regardless, we did.
We spoke to Saka.
Oh yeah, that's true. That was the one we talked about. Yeah, he was confident. You're right. Yeah, thanks for helping me out. But yeah, I think this team looked really, really interesting. Again, Pumpkin was the standout player for me, but just in general, they had a really solid lineup. It was fun to see.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, this is a really cool team. I think, a lot of these guys have been around for a while now. Kazakhstan's a region that do like to compete within some of the kind of more tier 2 European tournaments. They do have slightly higher ping, but all in all, they're a pretty cool region that produces a lot of decent talent. They have over the years. Traditionally, they play with CIS teams, and they've been doing pretty damn well. So this Kazakhstan team, a big fan of. They've got a lot of decent names. Pumpkin, the guy you mentioned, 17 years of age, a really talented AWPer. He's somebody that a lot of people have been kind of keeping their eyes on, from my understanding, within kind of that CIS, Russian-speaking sort of region. He's a very, very good player. So I'm going to keep an eye on him for sure. Defies has been around for a hell of a long time as well. So a very talented guy in himself. Let's take a look at Uzbekistan on the other side. This side are pretty damn cool in terms of the individuals. But like we said, though, they're more of a mix. All 5 of them play on different teams. So it's not exactly like they're going to have as much experience playing together. Seka, of course, is the experience in this team. He's turning 31 actually this month, I was told yesterday. The guy who I knew back from doing my research and stuff and playing Storm Uzbekistan. I actually spoke to their CEO and manager yesterday, as he said, basically thank you for remembering them. Big shout out Storm Uzbekistan. They're like an old school Uzbekistan team, one of the first ones who really kind of made a name for themselves. But then the 3 guys I look towards in this team for me, DSSJ, really talented AWPer, has been around for a while. Ryujin, another guy who's been putting up decent numbers under 1win, a very decent tier 2 team. And then Iesf, of course, we caught him in Yash last year, but now he joined Force Reload, who are Force's Academy side. And I mean, they're putting a lot of faith in him, right? Signed to a big Russian organization.
Yeah, so they got the experience. They definitely have some of the talent in that squad. I think it's an interesting lineup for sure, and the confidence that we talked about in the interview there, that made me believe, all right, these guys are not going to be scared of Kazakhstan at all. So hopefully it's going to be one hell of a game. I look forward to it. Yeah, so wait. So I thought you were solidly on the Uzbekistan side. If you had to make a guess for this best of 1, or will it come down to the map? You think that's going to make a big difference here?
I think it will. I think I'm actually still going to lean Kazakhstan just in the sense of the team. I always like to back teams over individuals. However, I do like the individuals towards Uzbekistan. I think if they're going to win this, it's going to require, a real pop-off, basically, from one of these individuals. Look primarily at DSSJ, Ryujin, or primarily Icephone had a really good map yesterday. It's going to require one of them getting, upper 20s towards the 30 bomb, I think, in my opinion, to make this a possibility. I think for me, from what we saw of Kazakhstan yesterday, they just look so clean. And I think that's the big thing for me. So I think they're probably the favorites coming in towards this one. But I'm still expecting a pretty competitive game.
In that sense, maybe it's maybe it's a good thing it's the best of one here for the Uzbekistan side, right? If you're a little bit of an underdog, then it could help. You're playing MR12, you get to win like a couple of pistol rounds. Maybe that's enough. Maybe that'll bring you through. So maybe it could work to their advantage. But I definitely think this is going to be an interesting matchup. I want to see more of Pumpkin opening with, and it maybe especially against harder opposition. Because it's one thing beating a team that you're probably meant to be beating, but it's another thing seeing if you can do it against, tougher opposition. And I think that's going to be true today. So I'm going to be watching for that to see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. It should be an interesting one. I think that kind of battle as well, the AWPers should be something I'm going to keep an eye on too. I look at basically what Ryujin can do, what the likes of DSSJ can do. Seka used to AWP way back in the day as well, so maybe he tries to pick it up. But in particular, DSSJ against Pumpkin, both kind of too young, quite aggro style of AWPers as well. So I want to see how they kind of head-to-head against each other. The rifling core over towards Kazakhstan maybe doesn't have the star value the way maybe someone like an Icy Blown does, but they're very consistent. And that, I think, for me, is something that you've got to keep your eyes on. It's one of those things we saw yesterday. Ice Blown was still popping off, but they did struggle a little bit against Tajikistan. So who knows? It's a bit of a tough one to call coming into this, but I think I'm gonna just about lean in favor of Kazakhstan. But something you mentioned, I think the veto is quite important when we get towards that. There's a couple of different ways you want to go about this. If you're Kazakhstan, you have a much deeper and fleshed out map pool because you are an organization, you're a team. They play under the org called Tor, so they have a lot of different ways they can go. It is going to be Inferno where we head. And do you know what? Again, I don't hate this pick. This is a very solid map for Kazakhstan, or quote unquote Tor, right? This is a map in which they play a lot. They like to pick into it a lot as well. So it's a very confident one for them. And you can see as well with some of these bans where, at least for Kazakhstan, it's just about making sure that they don't have any really kind of gimmicky maps out the way. Getting rid of a Dust 2, I think is quite smart. Getting rid of a Nuke, which is not a great map for them statistically. These are smart bans coming through. Uzbekistan, their Mirage yesterday looked a little shaky, so they actually are going to be the ones to ban it out.
So Inferno it is, the battleground for the best of one to decide who's going to be the better team. I think that's quite exciting. I don't know if I can sort of pull a little away from it. I still kind of just want to back the Kazakhstan side, but I guess thinking the best of one, it's still, if I had to give like a percentage, I would say like a 60-40 type thing. I don't feel super confident about anything here, but I'll give a little bit of an advantage to Kazakhstan in this game. But I don't think it's hard to come down solidly on one side.
Yeah, no, I agree. And this is one of those things, because it's the best of one, we always say it, all the way up into kind of the top tier one level, we see best of ones. A lot of those kind of IMs, for example, the majors, they start with best of ones in the opening round. That is prime time for upsets, right? That's where we see teams who maybe nobody really expects to do anything come through and actually make something of this. So I look at this best of one and say, well, Kazakhstan I would revere as the favorites coming towards this one. Uzbekistan, all it takes is one little pop-up or something. Who knows? So it's interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Should be a good game. The main thing is, though, we were looking at the Southeast Asia side of things, and that one was there was the potential of a three-way split and all of the rest. Just to update those maybe who stuck around for that, that's no longer an issue. Malaysia won 16-7 map 1, 13-7 map 1, 13-6 map 2.
Nice.
So they 2-0 that one. They've qualified. They went flawless on the qualifier. So they will be the representative from Southeast Asia, which is pretty sick. But there was the potential of a three-way tie. Here, I don't think it's possible. I think Kazakhstan are more or less already guaranteed. I think even if they lose, they're guaranteed to go through. And Uzbekistan, even if they are to lose, they've got a game just after this. And it's one in which they should be absolutely fine with. It's Kyrgyzstan, who they lost 13-6 to Kazakhstan. It was a little bit better than maybe some of the other teams, but I don't think Kyrgyzstan maybe have enough to be able to compete with Uzbekistan. Not from what I've kind of seen of the one demo I watched.
Okay, yeah, so could be in the cards either way. It was nicely done from Malaysia. That's pretty cool to hear. Get to get a little bit of an update from that side of the the region. But yeah, over here at the Central Asian qualifier, I think this is these two countries really have sort of pulled ahead for what we've seen so far. And again, it makes sense. They have a long history. A lot of sort of proud players have come from there. So I'm not too surprised that we're seeing again this carry on into the future. We talked about it a little bit last time, but like all the way back into 1.6, how we had players coming, especially from Kazakhstan. So yeah, they know how to play Counter-Strike down there, and we'll see if they can muster the same fury today on Inferno for best of one. So yeah, one chance. Now, the best of ones are scary. There's no question about it. For anyone that's been watching Counter-Strike for a while, you know that it doesn't take that much. You win both pistol rounds. You are maybe not quite half the way there, but you're getting close to a good start, if nothing else. So yeah, we'll see if that's going to be a factor here. Iesf, he definitely was, like you said, the standout player for the squad. So they probably need him. I think he actually, funnily enough, I think he had a kind of a slow start to the game, but when he caught up, he was just so quick that it didn't really matter at all. But I feel like in best of ones, there no slow starts can be allowed, right? You need to keep going.
Yeah, he was. I think at one point he was like 1-7 or like 1-6, something like that. And then we were kind of saying, "Eesh, that they kind of need him a little bit." And then, hey, fair play, he absolutely stepped up. So yeah, I can't really complain really at all. But yeah, they are going to need him coming in towards this. I mean, so for Uzbekistan, the big thing is they're 2-0 currently, which is fine. Maybe a little bit harder for than they probably would have hoped for against Tajikistan. But generally speaking, all they care is they've got the wins. There's still a positive round differential. The closest team to them is Kyrgyzstan, who they're actually playing next. Kyrgyzstan simultaneously are going to be playing Tajikistan. So in all fairness, that Uzbekistan-Kyrgyzstan game might not matter if Tajikistan pick up the win. If Kyrgyzstan win, they do actually put a little bit of pressure. It makes that final sort of best of one there really important. It makes it basically the qualification of who's going to be the team to make it through. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'll be definitely looking at that on the second monitor, keeping an eye on the match page, because if the Tajikistan are able to pick up a win there, doesn't matter. If Kyrgyzstan win, though, it makes that best of one, the final one of the day, very, very important. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll keep you guys updated on what's happening over on that side. I do believe the game is just about to be ready, so hopefully we'll get back into it pretty soon. They're all on the server and just kind of getting warmed up into it. So yeah, Inferno's a map that we've been seeing quite a bit from the region. They seem to just enjoy playing it. No one's shying away from it. So that's good, though. I mean, I think, they probably play each other regionally as well. So I think it means everyone's going to be feeling somewhat confident on the map, which, again, like you need to get started off very, very well. Something that we saw earlier was like a fair bit of aggression, really, on a map like Inferno. People like to fight in the middle. They stay active. So curious to see if there's going to be more respect between these two teams, if they're going to be shying away from some of those early fights, or if it'll be the same level of aggression. We'll find out.
True. I'm interested to see I think for Uzbekistan, I'd be very surprised if they come into this tentative. They were so confident in that interview yesterday. I think the way they're probably going to approach this is very puggy, try and basically just rely off the individuals, try and basically play this as if it's kind of like an FPL game and whatnot, and be hyper aggressive and sort of all the rest, because what we've seen so far from them, that's kind of where they do a lot of their best work. When they slow things down, when they try and play these defaults, it's not always the easiest. But we are about ready to get going, ladies and gents. We are live. Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, a best of one here on Inferno. Kazakhstan start on that T side. Uzbekistan start on the CT side.
Did I just see a Zeus on Iesf at the start? Did he really just set up to try and stun someone in the pistol round? I think he still is. That's crazy if that's the case. But yeah, we are going to get into it here. It looks like we'll have all 5 members of the Kazakhstan side headed towards the B bomb site, where there's only one set of dualies here on Seka. So I don't know. That's not going to be easy to hold. Even if the dualies are pretty good, that is a lot to ask for. But he's on top of the boxes, ready and waiting as they come around the corner. That smoke is going to be fading. There's smoke towards CT spawn, so he knows. But at the same time, look at the flank coming in. It's DSSJ coming in with a one shot, and Seka, he's alive for one of them. But look at how quick the flank is. They're in trouble. That's the bomb on the ground.
Oh no, wow. Tapping away. Oh my God, it's a little bit messy. Tapping can answer back though, but not going to make a difference. It's Uzbekistan who start well. Big flank coming through, and no bomb plan as well out from Kazakhstan means that this is a round which they really can't get anything to kind of walk away with. And we look at this now and say, Uzbekistan on the CT side, that's as good as it gets. You get the round, you deny the bomb plan, you only take a couple of casualties as well. means you can buy in towards this very comfortably. And it means Kazakhstan, if they force, they're not really going to bring anything to the table. If they don't opt to force and they go for a little bit of an eco, it's a freebie. So both both ways, it's a pretty easy sort of situation for Uzbekistan. It's a very good start.
Yeah, I love that. It was a very dramatic start because the way that he was playing alone over on that side, Seka, he could have easily been overrun, but it's worked out. Push down, all the smoke right in front. There's 3 people inside. Could be the perfect moment to have an MP9 if he actually keeps it out. They're going to be walking around the corner, instant kill, and looking to spray them down. He's got some backup as well. The SMG's doing excellent work here to line up the kills. Just 1 player left, and it's going to be surely an easy job getting rid of him. So he's being a bit of a nuisance, but they're hunting him down.
Well, there we go. Nice and easy. No casualties. Make sure the pistols can't do anything. Kazakhstan first buy, though. This is the one that matters most. We look at this, and it has to be something that finds some success early doors. Uzbekistan are a side that I think, at least for my money, the way I look at it, if Uzbekistan can spiral, I think they're a very momentum sort of heavy side. If they spiral well, that's where Kazakhstan might struggle just a little bit, but
true.
We'll have to wait and see. MP9s is kind of the quote-unquote bonus buy, bar the fact that the SSJ has the AWP. So, little rogue. You got 3 MP9s and an AWP, hoping that the SSJ can do a lot of the heavy lifting here.
Yeah, for now, big stack to walk with it. So, this could be a big surprise for Kazakhstan, honestly. They might walk around the corner just not knowing. Also, the AWP is there, so that's how they get the first kill. What a shocking start to this round.
Fall away as well. The MP9 doesn't actually need to play up close. Smoke down too. Not bad. To slow Kazakhstan down. They've got the opening double kill there. They've got the man advantage. And it's not an easy spot here for Kazakhstan. They have to try and make this one work back in their favor. The only thing they've got as a bit of a benefit is the util. Double smoke and molly, flash and an aid. Got to be utilized well, though. They've kind of gambled on this well.
And they're running the clock down very low, aren't they? 30 seconds. I mean, 1 mistake here and you're going to get blocked out. There's still 4 Molotovs left on the CT side. So with 20 seconds left, even one of those grenades could potentially screw up the whole round. There's a little bit of one. There's the grenade going down. So the incendiary really blocking them in. There's only 15 seconds here. And I think panic is starting to break out a little bit. You can see on the Kazakhstan side, they're not quite ready for this. And look at it, 8 seconds on the clock as they try and wrap around. They're going to get the 1 kill, but 5 seconds left as they try and plant the bomb. They're not going to be allowed to just... And so much utility on the CT side here. Great job for Uzbekistan.
Yeah, honestly, really decent work. I mean, Uzbekistan are looking clean. We said a lot of this is going to come down to individuals, and so far they're popping off, right? I mean, the SSJ 6-0 with the AWP, but I think the util there was really solid. You know, we're seeing that player out in towards library. All he's doing is just betting in attention. Little bit of a tap with the MP9, but the big thing he does is gets that Molotov down, stops them wrapping on towards the A site. If Kazakhstan are given the A site, even though they don't have the numbers, they can set up a post bomb. The fact that they're not given that luxury is the big thing. So, something gained for Kazakhstan. No bomb plant again for them means no buy here. And 3-0 start, just pistols, you'd expect should be made 4.
And again, we're playing a best of 1. So starting up 4-0 in your favor is obviously huge. Double grenade towards the arch side of middle, but there's nobody there. So just all it really does is alert the CTs that someone is coming. Region coming up with some very, very good shots with the M4. Even going to get a 3rd one in there, leaving Tasman on his own. And there's nothing to do. You can play around with the Tech 9 here, but the CTs are locked in fairly comfortably. And that's the 4-0 lead that they were looking for.
Yeah. Easy stuff. Nice and simple. Uzbekistan, as CT sides go so far, not a lot that we can really complain about. This has been pretty damn good. I'm getting a little concerned. Kazakhstan don't look as scary maybe as they did yesterday. And there's, there's not been a hell of a lot to say in terms of a positive note. I mean, you've got kind of one guy, Tasman, on 3 kills, and the rest 0-1, 0-1. I mean, there really isn't a lot to talk about. Even Pumpkin, the guy who was so good yesterday, is struggling to have any sort of impact, with the AWP on the other side is running riot. 4-0. Back into a bye. Makes you wonder as well, Anders. I feel like if they can't take this one, they're really going to be in trouble.
Yeah, this is one of those do-or-die rounds, and they've already taken a fair bit of damage, although so did Uzbekistan there with a grenade on top. So, yeah, another grenade actually chasing them down. So that three-man B setup, which, again, it is risky. If Kazakhstan realize what's going on and they go really quick at the A-bomb site, you could find yourself in a weird position. But now they're doing what you normally do, which is they fall back. The SSJ has been called back towards the library, so now they have a more traditional 2-3 split on the defense. Kazakhstan still trying to find out what's going on. They'll find out by killing Iesf alone. That's a very nice start to the round here for Kazakhstan, and they absolutely need to keep this going.
Black Magic, having a look. Might get caught on a timing play. He's lining up to drop down, and Eugene doesn't spot. He doesn't look that way. He did the silent drop, in all fairness, so Eugene has no clue, and it might actually cost him his life. Wow. Timing is just about keeping at least one of these two alive. I don't know which one just yet. Smoke inside the front B, 30 seconds. They've got to go soon here.
Yeah, they're all in. Double smoke going up. Molotov down towards the back of the site. Nice headshot right through. Second never stood a chance. That's unfortunate. 20 seconds left, and with the AWP in the background, they still don't know about the AK that's up close. My God, the defense is holding. That is magnificent for Uzbekistan. Just one player left, and the clock is going to beat him. It's 1 versus 3 with 10 seconds. It can't be one at this stage. I'm so shocked. They had everything down. They had the Molotovs, the smokes. They had all the pressure on the bomb side they needed, but somehow between and DSSJ, it's just too much. That's crazy.
Yeah. Nicely done. Really, really lovely stuff. 5-0. Kazakhstan, they can't seem to even really scratch the surface here. It's another round in which there's no bomb plant. And right saying they yet to even get one this entire map. So it's a tough old spot that they kind of put themselves in. We're looking at this and saying, if Kazakhstan don't get around in the next 2 to 3, I'm probably talking about them maybe already having to kind of open the door about too little too late in that kind of conversation. This is tough. Very tough. 1 AK is all they've got to work with for 4 keys, and a couple of the Eagles that hope to try and make something work, but usually gets caught. So at the very least, the hero AK, living up to the name slightly to start things off. Icy Flown wants to answer back. He might just creep on the corner. Or we'll get a nice quick shot. The SSJ finds one. Icy Flown looking for a peek himself. Rips ahead looking for more, but he just has too many battles to fight, and he falls flat.
All right, so they're getting some damage into this round, if nothing else. Stealing another rifle. See, the SSJ unable to open. So 3 versus 5 to begin with here. And the question is, if you're Uzbekistan, you could make a decision now to say, you know what, actually, let's just save what we got. Let's stack a bomb site with 3 people and try.
No information gained here. Long's not going to come through.
It's just a better call. Save the guns. You already have such a big lead if you're Uzbekistan, right? It's going to be 5-2. So you don't have to panic about giving them a round like this one. And it also means you're going to be staying dangerous into the next one. So I respect the fact that they went for this choice here. But good job on Kazakhstan nonetheless. I mean, this is obviously is a nice little recovery for them. The game was kind of slipping out of their hands, but 2-5, it's the beginning. You can still make a comeback.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's never kind of too late, not in this one. I mean, the way I look at it, though, as well, I would have actually liked a bit of a hunt out from Kazakhstan. They got plenty of money to work with. I don't know if they realized maybe how bad the Uzbekistan economic situation is, but with 3 staying alive, they can buy it back in. If it was only 2 or 1, it would have been a bit of a different story. Let's see, though. 5-2. At least Kazakhstan, all that really matters for them.
Yeah. It's better late than never here to get back into it. Pumpkin's got the AWP as well, so that's kind of something that I was looking for to see how is that going to be playing out. It is Inferno, so I guess it's significantly more tricky to try and get that or used, especially on the T side perhaps, but doesn't mean you can't do it. Good little flash going over the wall here. Again, it's same setup, 3 people at the B bomb site early on for Uzbekistan. They're really heavy on that defense, and we'll see if Kazakhstan can punish it to try and go for the A bomb site early on.
Quiet. They're waiting for a fight to come through, but again, nothing on offer just yet. Bit by bit. Creeping forward, and it looks like they want to commit towards A once again. Head spotted. Pumpkin doesn't hit the shot, though. So now at least one's a known quantity towards mini pit. The question is, do they expect a second up towards balcony? 40 seconds, though. They're going to have to make a move sooner rather than later, and they're going to peek into the orb. Oh, my God, they do just as Pumpkin turns away.
That is crazy. They're going to be trading their way to start with, but they need to keep it going. Iesf alone in the pit. He was looking for the double, but down to 20 seconds, but they get Seka. Oh, they actually break open the defense. They can plant the bomb now, and they will. I thought for sure that little crossfire between the graveyard and the pit was going to be able to work out a little bit more effectively than that, but it doesn't quite work out. So Kazakhstan trading their way into a bomb plant. And now it's a 2 versus 2 in the after plant. Now, sneaking up with the AWP. This is the big downside normally, is having to retake with it. It's a nice Molotov, though, will force out one of the players, and they might have heard it. I think that's how DSSJ knew that there was someone up there, because you heard the flames from the Molotov on the other side, and now it's a 1 versus 1 Defizer. He gets the headshot and clutches it for Kazakhstan. That's huge.
My God, Kazakhstan are continuing to now put a bit of that pressure on. Liking what I'm seeing. It maybe took them a little while, but they're waking up, and they're making this a competition. A good round as well. They don't give themselves a hell of a lot of time when they execute, but they make it work so cleanly. They've got nothing really on the cards here. Not even going for a bit of a gimmick. I think in these sort of rounds, I like when you've got a bit of a lesser buy, a bit of a gimmick, whether it's a a gamble stack of some sort or something just a little bit audacious, like aggression. However, okay, Iesf Alone starts his round out
Here, so he's starting to get warmed up with the AWP on his own. Rugian on his own, and he will be getting that first kill. It's good. You can upgrade into an AK if you wanted to. He's going to do that, but obviously the bomb's going to be planted. The round is already lost here. It's just a question of doing a little bit of damage, staying alive if you can, and yeah, he's not going to want to fight too much. Although he is already being hunted by pretty much everyone.
bare minimum.
Could take the lead. DSSJ with 12 would take the lead. DSSJ with 12 and 3, so he's been having himself a very, very cool game so far. Need somebody else to maybe help.
DSSJ on either side. Pop flash. He's just a quarter of a second too late on his shot, and he actually couldn't even line it up a double there, potentially. Maybe a Klaus on the cards, but it's not to be. Tasman, swing. Looking for a second as well. So confident, but maybe overconfident. IT phone or trade.
We'll see if that's going to be enough in the round here. Some of them are a little bit low on that CT side, so sure, they might have a one-man advantage, but Iesf Alone, good headshot. Black Magic, that angle was so punishing for him. Good little flick there. Pumpkin doing what he does best. Leaves it a 2-on-3, but sneaking up. Seka, he'll get the headshot on one of them, and it leaves Pumpkin low on health. He's been hurt already. They know that he's inside of the site, and just running him down. Yeah, I don't think Pumpkin had any chance there. He just didn't even realize there was a third player on the site already. So Uzbekistan living through this absolute must-win round for themselves, where they couldn't afford to give it up, and they were able to secure a little bit of a two-round lead here. So huge news.
Yeah, without it as well, I think they could have been in a lot of trouble. The fact that they've got it.
Yeah.
Now, they at least can say, okay, this is a decent half. There's no, complaints about it. Yes, if you start 5-0 and you only get one more for the rest of the half, you can talk about maybe the little kind of pinch of salt and saying, well, it could have been better. But regardless, you're looking at a bit more of like a macro sensitive view. 6 rounds on Seaside Inferno, more than happy with. We'll see, though. Is it going to be enough in long-term side of things? I have to wait and see. Pop around that corner, flashes a beaut. Defies will open things up. Nice opener towards top B. And of course, already with this top card control, they don't have to overcommit here. They've got a very decent amount of map control, and it forces Uzbekistan to rotate.
Yeah, and that means they're split in the map, which could be very unpleasant. Oh, he's set up with the AWP. Either one of them was going to get the shot there. Seka goes down. I think there was an AK train on that corner as well, so they were so ready for some sort of aggression.
One player spotted in towards pit. Gonna break open this smoke. Rotate comes through. They could catch a brackets player. Pumpkin. That's a quick shot. Lovely shot from him. And it will be now back onto a 3 versus 3, but they're wrapping B, and there's nobody's home because they over-rotated.
Yeah. Pumpkin here winning 6 out of the last 7 rounds and a half. That's pretty impressive.
It is. It's not bad at all. I mean, honestly, now at 6-all, I think you could probably, if you had to, again, look at this and pick maybe a bit of a favorite, you'd probably be tempted to once again say Kazakhstan, just because while both teams had hot streaks and the score is even, and saying this is maybe where they can do a bit of a continuation and they move on towards what is generally seen as the easier side of the CT side as well. So a pistol round here could be a big indicator of maybe both of these two sides are kind of feeling at the halfway point.
Yeah, no question about it. We're gonna learn a lot from this one pistol round. So flash and a smoke on the CT side, but I mean, in general, there's not that much utility in play. Not even on the C side either. No Molotovs or anything else being picked up. So it's going to be down to the raw mechanics of the Glocks and the USPs mainly. DSS sneaking into the middle. Not able to find anyone yet, so a little bit of a quiet start in that sense. Some clicks are coming out here with the USB, but no real connection at the moment.
Saka, fun of the first. As 4 keys falls, Kazakhstan want to try and respond well, and they do with Tasman finding one of his own, but he very quickly gets traded. So long control's still there. It looks like they want to finish towards A, and the site itself is open.
Oh, make the jump around. That's a nice shot. It's Region just running down like magic, and that means they're going to get able to get the bomb planted here. Defizer and Pumpkin could make an argument that you just look for some extra kills here. I doubt you're going to be able to walk onto the site and just get 4 kills and defuse the bomb, especially with no kit and no smoke. So they are kind of moving closer, and that could also just be like, you know, who cares? We're gonna do our best here. But yeah, if you wanted to optimize the round, you probably just look for some exits and try and get some more cash on their side. DSSJ with an absolutely stunning game so far. He's going to get the last one in there. A triple in the pistol makes it a 17-5 scoreline for him personally. It's quite something.
Yeah, he's having a whale of a time in the server. No two ways about it. He's a very talented individual. That's a big round for Uzbekistan to take. You know, a pistol out the gate on T side once again. This is where they can start to spiral. This is a beautiful kind of a indication maybe that Uzbekistan are far from over in this one. Kazakhstan, while the tail end of that first half was much, much better, they look like the only side really in it. Uzbekistan start the T side well. Question now being, is can they really get the big hitters activated? I mean, Iceland's been a little quiet for my liking. He had a really good game yesterday, but hasn't been able to be as impactful here. I did say, though, if Uzbekistan are going to win this, it's going to require somebody to get upper 20s towards a 30 bomb, and so far, DSSJ is on for that.
Yeah, he's carrying the team through at the moment. It's really impressive stuff. And again, in the best of one, that you can do that. You don't need a player to go nuclear on 3 maps. It's just the one, and he's done all the work right now. They are gearing up for a little bit of a mid-take here. There's only USPs on the other side, so I mean, yeah, the stack. But even then, even if you walk into the stack, I'm not even sure if they're going to lose the round here. It's just the USPs just can't do much against what's on the other side here.
Yeah, you're right. Even though they may have called the stack right, there surely shouldn't be too much of an upset here. I say that. Maybe it could be a little bit more hard fought, but back 10 for 1. For a little more. Pumpkin will get his, but it's a couple of consolation kills, but that's the only word that they are. It's consolations. Simply put, nice and simple. Saka sees the Pfizer. 2-round lead. So, you know, there's at least the foundations here to work on. I mean, Kazakhstan, we're not going to read too highly into that one, but they know they've got to come in towards this kind of first going round. They've got to make it stick. If they don't, Uzbekistan can start spiraling quite well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's absolutely on the cards. So put it down now. Put an end to it before it gets out of control. I think more than anything, put an end to DSSJ before he just keeps this up, because he's really, really running wild with it. So you have to find a way to stop him now. 18-5 at the moment, and if they start to get a lot of money, I mean, they're already doing well. It's an 8-6 lead here.
Let's see. It's not make or break for Uzbekistan, but at the very least, for Kazakhstan, may I say, but it does at the very least feel that if we don't see Kazakhstan respond well in this round here, Uzbekistan find 9, and it might actually be a bit of a 2-for-1 because it breaks that economy. So it might actually mean not only 9, but 10. So It's not make or break, but it's so important that Kazakhstan make this round work.
Yeah, I really think so. They've been keeping it close, but I mean, they had to pull off a pretty good comeback at the end of the first half. You don't want to have to do it again, right? You want to kind of keep this up where you're within striking distance. You're not like 6 rounds behind, because that's such a big gap to cover. And it was cool that they did it once, but it's not a reliable formula to try and pick up maps and rounds here. Smoke off towards Arch, so trying to deny a little bit of CT information. Curiously, as we can tell, the bomb is still at the bottom of that T ramp, so that's a very strong indication that they are right now just looking for information, looking to make a little bit of a push of it and manipulate the CT defense a bit, although that's not working out so well at the moment, because Region's been taken down. It's Pumpkin sneaking into it. Yeah, now they might just be forced to go for a bit of a split almost, because they do have the SSJ sneaking into the middle. If he can win this fight against Tasman, who knows what can happen. The pressure is on here as they try and make their way around the corner. Forkies goes down, but Tasman will win the fight against the SSJ. That's huge. They have a chance now to recover the round on the CT side.
Oh, the bomb goes down. The bomb actually goes down. That's maybe a chance. 1v3 is tough by no means, but I see Flowing going to try and make this a possibility. However, Smoke meeting him over towards Banana is not going to help. Has to try and play through this. This is risky, and he only gets 1. So it is going to be Kazakhstan winning the round. One they had to win, but a bomb plant of 3 kills is still going to keep that economy in check. So at the very least, not actually the worst round in the world, in kind of the worst way to lose a round in the world for the Uzbekistan side. But Kazakhstan, they needed that, and they got it. And that's basically all we care about.
You want to say that at a minimum that was a clutch couple of kills here for the Pfizer. You could see him just, even if the bomb did get planted, like that's still so much damage with the MP9. But overall, I think also Tasman winning the fight in the middle against the SSJ made a big difference. So yeah, a couple of things that are really working out for them here. Not at all bad.
Yeah, I'm going to complain. Buys back in both ways. A little bit of a hit in a sense to Uzbekistan, who now come in with the Mac 10, the Galil, and the rest, but still MP9 on the other side, so relatively even in that sense. First kind of 30 seconds, poking and prodding, no real kind of fight actually taken. Not properly, at least for now. Kazakhstan, if they win this though, this is where they once again do exactly what they did towards that first half, where maybe it's a little bit of a slow start, but then they find their form.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the plan here, just to cement the economy, keep it going. There's almost no gap between these two teams at the moment. It's a very, very doable comeback here for Kazakhstan, no question. MP9 is still a formidable weapon on this map. And people underestimate how much damage you can do on a map like Inferno with it, so wouldn't be too nervous about using that one. 40 seconds on the clock. What I might be nervous about is the Pfizer on his own. Now, he's going to put down that smoke, but again, that's gone at about the 20-second mark, and Uzbekistan, they might not even wait for that. They might just say, you know what, you can put up the smoke if you want, but we're going to flash our way through and just go for it anyway as it fades. Yeah, so they're waiting for that. It's got about 5 more seconds left. Backup is being called for, so it's a good rotation coming in here from Kazakhstan. They kind of know the timings as well. But here we go. Uzbekistan ready to initiate. And the Pfizer, he's very lonesome. It's a sick flashbang that was thrown in there from Forkies on the other side. But they both died trying to defend the bomb site.
Bomb goes down. Tough retake here as well. I mean, granted, a lot of damage has been dealt towards Uzbekistan, but it's definitely not going to be easy. No two ways about it. They're going to have to really dig deep for this. But Icy Phone gifts away a fight as Pumpkin finds his. How low? Both of them are to a degree. This is not going to be the easiest one. Man, swing on the corner. The SSJ finds one. He's got to be set up now. 1v2. Got to isolate both, and he can't. They've got time. They've got a kit. And Kazakhstan find yet another big round and another big clutch.
That seemed like a very, very risky push coming out from Icy Blow. And it's one of those things where you're like, is it too much confidence, or is it a little bit of pressure, mounting? I was starting to feel like you have to make those plays to try and win it. But either way, it looked like it backfired a little bit on them. So great news for Kazakhstan. They're going to be able to tie up the game 8-8 now. It did cost them quite a bit, right? It's a round where they only survived with 2 players. So in that sense, it's definitely expensive. But still, I've got to say, not necessarily a bad game for them here. Tasman playing very well at the moment. Defizer playing well. Nobody's catching up to DSSJ at the moment, but Yeah, that could still happen.
It's true. I'm not going to count it out just yet. But yeah, this round, unfortunately for Uzbekistan, no real buy. I'm not expecting a lot here. If they can make it a little bit expensive, they can get a bomb plan. It takes silver linings, but realistically, this one should be pretty simple.
Yeah, it should. It's time. Deep smoke on banana. That's always so miserable on the T side. Oh, and a grenade in the middle. Did that land right on top of them? Yeah, it did. Look at the damage. That is so much. Oh, absolutely wrecked behind that one. You've got to be thinking, what do we even do to recover this now? I mean, we just all got bombarded. Tasman with a good little spray down here. But they should not ever get the bomb planted in this round.
Surely. Let's go eerily quiet as we hit to the 45-second mark. They're trying to pop in. Okay. The pistol of Pumpkin is beautiful. Uzbekistan, I thought they would have been done, more than enough to be able to overwhelm him. But my God, he says, you got your pistols, I'll bring mine out. And that is crisp. These shots are beautiful from Pumpkin.
Yeah.
There is something quite magical about watching AWPers on pistol. They're just always, that first bullet accuracy is just ridiculous.
That is so sick. What a well-played round. Yeah, they kind of pushed them that way with the smoke at the bottom of banana, and then they walked right into the HE at top mid, and then they cleaned out after it. So Kazakhstan are in the lead now, 9-8. Uzbekistan still able to buy in this one, so it's not a complete disaster yet, but you got to imagine that this is starting to feel a bit scary, if nothing else, right? Like getting to that stage of the game where it's like, oh, wait a minute, guys, we're kind of we're running out of round leads here, and also we're running out of money pretty soon.
Bad for the smoke. Want to extend? Oh, I see. Goes for a bit of a gimmicky play for himself, and it works. But Tasman alters back with 3. What is happening?
Oof. Turned his back in towards the boiler room, so he wasn't quite ready for it. But they know what's coming next. 4 keys. Is he gonna go through the smoke? He's inside of it, just waiting. Bomb being planted. Does he want to risk it? He's going to try and grenade his way through, but he doesn't actually run it. He just throws the grenade and maybe try and slow them down. On the other side, Defizer snuck on up. Does he spot anyone here? I feel like maybe he could have caught Iesf Lone if he was a little bit faster with it, but for now, the CTs, you could see trying to coordinate this retake. If they get this one, they might have a chance to win the whole map. Defizer gets Iesf Lone and it leaves on his own in the corner. He tries to pre-fire it. Smoke is up in front, and Defizer, what kind of game is he playing here? He does have a kit, so he's got a little bit of time, and he's got the headshot as well. We'll find the bomb, and it'll be the round for Kazakhstan. It's real close, but they do get the job done.
Yeah, that was hella close. So maybe a little bit too close, but it's Kazakhstan now who find themselves in a 2-round lead, and we're talking about getting towards the potentially even tail end of the game. There is the world of a buy here for Uzbekistan. I'm interested to see whether they even opt for the force, and it looks like they might be tempted to do so, yeah. Could have a little bit of attack pause though before we get into it. A little bit of a conversation to be had. And I'm assuming here by Uzbekistan. So we look at this now for them. They're still within kind of reaching distance, but it does feel very much like Kazakhstan are towards that tail end. They kind of got a couple more hurdles to get over, and they've got this map and the series under their belts. They're going for a force here, it looks like, at the very least. And if that is the case, it's kind of make or break. If you don't find this, Kazakhstan should basically get all the way up and towards match point.
Oh my God, yeah. 2-round gap, but you're right. The money is really what is causing a little bit of trouble here on the Uzbekistan side. And also for DSSJ, right? Like, he's still playing an amazing game, but one of the issues is if you're getting into the kind of lead and having a lot of strength at the start of a game, and it's partly because one player is doing really well. If they fall off even just a little bit, it could cost your team absolutely everything. So we'll see if he can keep up the power, if he can have another couple of stunning rounds. But it does feel like, on the other side, Tasman is actually matching him for kills now. Both of them at 20. So they've got a little bit of a battle brewing between the two of them there.
Yeah, it's true. Pumpkin. You're going back on towards site. For his opportunity, but again, not a huge amount on the cards here. I say that. Iesf Lone tries to do the same sort of gimmick, and this time doesn't work out for him. Gets caught, and doing so, that might already be enough, right? He was getting pretty confident. this force by falls apart, and I think they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it does feel that way. A little bit of a Kimiki setup at the top of Banana as well, with the Pfizer tucked in the corner. He doesn't have any grenades, so you've got to wonder, him and Forkies, can they come up with something? He's got plenty of grenades behind him. We'll see. You have to win the first fight. Your teammate can throw grenades, but it would have been so much more efficient if he would have got the kill first, and then Forkies could have thrown out some nades to help out, but don't think that setup is necessarily that well thought through. Oh, some team damage, and they're burning alive. They got to get out of the smoke somehow. They walk right into the EWP Pumpkin. He's going to get one of them. Forky's on the other side, and this defense is once again working very well. You could see the panic happening there on the Uzbekistan side, and that will give them a 3-round deficit.
Well, I don't know, man. I'm trying to look and see whether there's any chance of Kazakhstan, if they were to lose there, if it changes. I don't think it would actually even matter. I was looking across the match pages and seeing what the kind of, if every single scenario plays out, I think Kazakhstan, even if they were to lose, they wouldn't be the end of the world, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Uzbekistan struggling, the force buy didn't work. They're going to go back in, though, to another force buy and hope that this one works out for them. I don't know, dude. This feels like Kazakhstan are on the road to seeing this off. The red carpet being rolled out, I think, a little bit. For them, we said they were the favorites coming in to a degree, just because they're a team. They've got the, what do you call it? Everything. They've got the defaults down to a T. They've got the executes and the retakes. Everything slotting itself into place. Uzbekistan, they rely a little bit too much on the individuals, but I guess that's what you probably expect from a side who are a little bit more of a mix.
You know what? It's made for a fun game, though. Like, it's been really cool to see DSSJ come up with so many cool rounds, but ultimately, yeah, you want to try and win here. Pumpkin having himself a little bit of a good time, and through the smoke, Forkies gets 2. He didn't really see what he was shooting at there, but that's really sick. 1 player left alive, not for long. Forkies having himself another great round. Triple in the round for him, 2 of them for the smoke, and it gives Kazakhstan 12 rounds, so they are looking really hot at the moment. Uzbekistan left in the dust a little bit at the moment, and I don't know what's left to be said here. Kazakhstan has just kind of emerged as the better team at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, the second half has been really good. They spiraled very well at the tail end of that first half. They spiraled very well at the end here of the second, and it's kind of just basically a replica of what we saw in towards the first, but without the small mistakes at the start from Kazakhstan. They were able to kind of find their form and kickstart the tempo much earlier. Uzbekistan, now or never, it's 3 force buys in a row for them. And of course, this one, they have to do it, but good stuff. Oh, let's get caught, in all fairness. The SSJ will get one of his own.
Yeah, it's now or never. If you want to recover this game, then you need 4 rounds in a row. Double push towards the bottom of Banana, but there is someone holding it. It's on the other side. He's got the bombs. He's going to be very careful. He will get the 1 kill there, but if he'd gone down, that would have been the bomb lost somewhere very nasty. It's Tasman taking a double kill for himself, so somehow we're right back into a 3 versus 3. Just as I say that, though, Icy Blown opening it up. So it's just 1 player left in the site, and it's Black Magic getting a little bit nervous, I think, and started to walk forward. Is going to get himself killed.
Yeah, hate to see it. The Pfizer. It's all that's left. So staying alive for at least a little bit. Uzbekistan. Not done just yet, but at the very least, bit by bit, keeping the conversation alive. On plant, 3 alive. That don't mean money to work with, to reinvest in fully. AK's coming through. I don't think they'll have enough for an AWP in play, so DSSJ might have to continue. Actually, I say that. There is an AWP towards top mid, which DSSJ got the opening kill on. So he should be able to, if he wants, go and pick up Pumpkin's AWP, if he remembers. I'm sure he will. I'm sure it's probably a thought process. Maybe? No, it doesn't look like it. So, I mean, I spent upgrades from his Galil to the AK. But yeah, there was an AWP towards top mid. They opt against going to pick it up. So maybe you want to play a little bit quicker and say, DSSJ, this is kind of how you want to go about it. Play the rifles. Yeah, I'm curious whether that's maybe just they forgot they even got that kill. It was quite hectic when he did get it. Maybe he didn't even realize it was an AWP, in all fairness. But doesn't really matter. Buy comes through. There's enough rebuy back in for Kazakhstan. They got plenty of money left, at least for this round. Long term, though, they haven't. So if Uzbekistan make it 2 for 2 and they take a 10th here, it breaks the econ, and then we are actually legitimately talking about overtime.
It's in the cards still. Nice shot from Seka will open it up, but Pumpkin's there in the return. Good grenade there. Oh, I think he jumped right over the shot. That could have been absolutely lethal. But so far, so good. 4 versus 4. Deep grenade there to chip away a little bit of damage. Not a terrible amount, but, you know, keep them honest back there. Pumpkin with that AWP still doing remarkable work. He's been a really, really fun player to watch once again today. It looks like they almost decided on the A-bomb site. They have a great position here. They can go for it, but there's a slight crossfire setup potentially. The problem is one of them is the AWP, but if they can get 4 keys back towards library, between the pit and library, I think they should be able to shut down this push out of the apartments.
You're right, Pumpkin. Just don't overextend. Should be okay. Jump around towards the side. Pumpkin gets 1. 4 keys, one of his own. This might be the beginning of the end as 4 keys dancing around the site, gets a double. And DSSJ, he's got it all to do. 1v3, and I think asking just a little bit too much for him. Swing, find, drop, and Kazakhstan deliver. 13th on the board. 13-9. It's not a bad showing from Uzbekistan, but the favorites come in towards this matchup and make it look good. Only a best of 1 as well. And I think with that being said, that's 100% guaranteed now that Kazakhstan will be qualifying, finishing first. They're going to go 4-0. That's all their games played as well. So yeah, it's 100% confirmed that they will be making their way towards the Asia Championships in Chengdu, which is sick. I think the last conversation is basically between Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. Who played next?
Oh, okay, that's pretty exciting. I mean, I don't know. They had a chance, right? They did. Yeah. They did everything right to try and win this best of 1. They had such a great start, you know, up 5 or 6-0. But once they let Kazakhstan back in the game, they never really let go. So, I mean, for Uzbekistan, you've got to say, I mean, this is not a bad showing. Hopefully we'll get some highlights and we can get, you know, to revisit some of the kills there. DSSJ at the start of it, I mean, he should be proud of himself, right? He did so much work to get his team close to a victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, really, really solid stuff coming through. I mean, we really got to see what actually started so well for us towards Uzbekistan. The big thing for them is, I think, you know, it's kind of what you do see with mixers all the time is pretty momentum heavy. I think when momentum's good, they can spiral quite positively. They're snowballed, all the good stuff we like to talk about. But when momentum's against them, I think they really struggle to kind of claw things back into their favor. And they've really kind of die on their sword a little bit, which is this super puggy, quite aggro, quite individual kind of based style of play. It's why I always try and back teams in these sort of matchups, because you may have individuals popping off. The SSJ looked incredible, right? Really, really solid. However, can an individual keep up that sort of consistency? I don't know. And how deep does the strap book go in a mix? Not very. And that was the big thing for Kazakhstan. They just had that considerably better synergy in my eyes, which was enough for the win. Yeah, no, it is a good depth of strength there for Kazakhstan, right? It's hard to be down that much, but you trust in the process, you keep some confidence, and you can make it back from almost any scoreline. It was really Tasman who was carrying them for most of the comeback, but as the longer it went on, the more Pumpkin got lined up and heated up, and that obviously made a huge difference. So just a lot of good individual for Kazakhstan. Just I think going into Chengdu, but I think even going beyond that, I could see Kazakhstan qualifying all the way to Riyadh. I hope they do, because again, they're a fun team to watch, so that'd be really cool. Yeah, absolutely. It was a cool one to see. No two ways about it. I think fortunately you might even get the chance to speak to Kazakhstan as well, which would be absolutely sick, you know, because they are guaranteed. No, they're going 4 for 4, didn't pick up a loss all the way throughout this tournament. I mean, the results have been pretty sick as well. I mean, at a 13-6 over Kyrgyzstan to kickstart the tournament, then they had a 13-0 over Tajikistan, of course, which recasted, and then they won 13-1 over Turkmenistan. So, for the most part, a pretty decent showing. I mean, Uzbekistan were the closest team to them, 13-9, but no side even able to get double digits against Kazakhstan. Just shows how strong they are. I think they actually will be a real contender when we get towards the Asian Championships in Chengdu. They have to be probably one of those teams that we look at and say, I mean, man, like, they're so dominant, at least domestically, that they have a really decent chance of getting their way towards Riyadh. I think if I'm right in saying it's 5 spots to go to Riyadh from the Asian Championship. So there's a decent chance they could be in that top 5. I don't think that's an awful thing to say. You know, you got Team Malaysia already locked in. China are going to host a team, and actually their team should be very scary. They have a lot of talent in China. But then now you got Kazakhstan there as well. I mean, pretty damn decent.
Yeah, I would so far definitely pick Kazakhstan to be one of the teams that could make it through. That seems like I don't want to say a no-brainer, but it seems like that's a likely outcome here, which is very cool. Again, I hope that they are going to be represented in a big way, and like they already have the experience, they already have some LAN experience, so like we know that they're going to be interesting to watch. Yeah, good comeback and just kind of I don't know if it was the expected result. I think this could have been a different result, but they just needed one more of DSSJ's caliber to maybe cement this one. They just didn't have it this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the stats at the tail end of that one. Pretty cool to see how long the game lasted. Well, 34 minutes and 20 seconds. I think that's maybe about average, I'd say. I always think CS2 maps about 35-ish minutes. So yeah, pretty much kind of spot on in that sense. Coming through, I think some of the names are a little bit wrong. But all in all, it was a very decent showing. We got to see DSSJ maybe highlight at least individually himself. He looked very, very good, but I guess petered out a little bit, and that is the issue. Can you always rely on a guy to be consistently doing all this damage? I don't know. But in the end, it's a very good win coming through from Kazakhstan. And I think we have an interview ready as well. I think we have the Pfizer joining us to see how they're feeling off the back of that one, which was a very decent victory. So we can bring him in towards the interview, kind of pick his brains, see how he's feeling. All in all, first of all, the Pfizer brother, thank you very much for joining us once again. How you doing?
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
We
Yes.
can. Hello. Thank you, guys. All good. We happy that we qualified to Chengdu.
Yeah, how does that feel? Right, you're now qualified. You're going to an international LAN. For you guys who've been kind of grinding out under tour for a while now, how does that feel now to be able to represent Kazakhstan in an international LAN, playing against kind of all the best teams in Asia?
It's good. We're very happy. We won the good teams in the Central Asia qualifiers. Very good teams. Team Uzbekistan, Team Kyrgyzstan, very individually good players. Team Uzbekistan players playing for one win, Arcret, Forza, they very good. But they have one thing, they are mixed. We're team, we're playing like team, some rounds, and it's helping for us. I'm really proud of my team. They're very good players. Tasman, Pumpkin, Forkies, and Black Magic, I'm proud of them. I thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, the team looks really, really good. I'm so curious. Can you try and explain to us how come Counter-Strike has such a long history in Kazakhstan? Like, you guys have produced some top-level players throughout the history of Counter-Strike. How come that is?
We are playing only Kazakhstan tournaments now. We're winning all tournaments in Kazakhstan. We're trying our best, but we need one thing. It's bootcamp in Europe, maybe Serbia or maybe Russia. And if we go to bootcamp, I think we will be in major. We'll see.
Okay,
Nice.
big statement. For you guys as well, I know in the past you've had players from Kazakhstan who play European tournaments. What's that like? I remember casting teams like 100 Ping Gods, for example, with Sorrow and those kind of guys, Winter, who, I'm sure the ping's pretty high. Is it doable to play on European servers, or is it just a little bit too hard?
Can you repeat the question?
Oh, just saying, for people in Kazakhstan, for players like yourself, is it possible to play European tournaments in Tier 2 and all the rest, or is the ping just a little bit too high?
Playing Europe tournaments with 100 ping is very, very hard. You can win. We can win two teams, but you will lose for good teams. I think it's very hard. We are trying our best. We played a lot of tournaments, a lot of qualifiers for Europe tournaments, but we played bad. 70% it was pink. We lose duels, it's very bad for us.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Well, listen, thank you so much for joining us. We super appreciate it. Congratulations again with the victory. It was cool to see you guys play. Really impressive Counter-Strike. So yeah, Neo, you got any last questions, or are we good to go?
All good with me. Brother, well played. Congratulations, and yeah, see you in China.
Thank you, guys. Goodbye.
Easy as. And these are the stats. There we go. the correct stats from that game. Kazakhstan with a 13-9 victory. Really, really nicely done. 1,022 kills. He was pretty crisp, He was doing pretty well. I mean, Pumpkin, we highlighted him off the back of yesterday's strong performance, but Tasman surprised me. He looked very good.
Yeah, he really did. It kind of made me thought. He said like, oh, they would love to try and get a chance to boot camp somewhere in Europe or Eastern Europe. That seems like that would be a great community project. If there was a chance to get these guys like a sponsored boot camp somewhere, that'd be sick. To get them some extra experience. Like, I feel like that could be a cool community project if people are into it. I might try and see if I can pitch that to somebody and just be like, all right, can we get these guys like a 5 people, get them to Serbia or something like that, set them up and get them to play. Like, that could be really cool. Let's see if we can find a way to do that. That'd be interesting. But either way, definitely a solid lineup for them. And congratulations, obviously. I look forward to seeing them play in China. I think that I think they can go really, really far in this season of Iesf. So we'll see how that goes.
I agree. And just to update those who maybe been following along and know that this next round of game is pretty damn important. Kyrgyzstan beat Tajikistan 13-10. So that does mean there's now a real conversation to be had. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan both find themselves 2-1. So they're playing off against each other next. Winner goes towards China. It's as simple as that. Loser, unfortunately, will not be able to make it. It's, there's no ties here. So one best of one between those two, so basically decide who goes to Chengdu. Is really what it's all about.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if it wasn't Uzbekistan, but we've been surprised already, so just anything could still happen. Kyrgyzstan coming up with more than we were expecting. That's very, very cool. I'm pleasantly surprised to see that they're playing so well. Up next, that's the game, we haven't seen Kyrgyzstan play yet, so I'm quite interested. We are going to head to a break before we get into that game, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon. right, welcome back, everybody. We are ready with another match here at Iesf. We've got the Asian Central Qualifier, and we've got Kyrgyzstan. Finally, we get a chance to see what they are like, playing a very, very important game to qualify for the China Chengdu playoffs that's going to be happening later in the year. And obviously, that's for qualifying for the main tournament in Riyadh. So a lot is on the line here. We haven't seen Kyrgyzstan play. Do you think they can they do it? Can they take down Uzbekistan? What's your read on this one?
Ooh. I don't know. It's a big ask. I think I would probably still, in my eyes, still say that Uzbekistan is the favorites. But I mean, Kyrgyzstan, they seem to be competitive at the very least. They seem to be putting up at least wins on the, they've both got the same record. This is a best of one for the side. And the fact that they're even on the same record should at least give them some sort of confidence coming into this. This is a big matchup, though. I mean, Uzbekistan, no easy team to play against. They're very, I mean, there's no two ways about it. They're very tough because of the individuals they've got, right? You know, we can even see at the tail end with the Pfizer, when we were speaking to him, he was saying kind of the same thing, saying, you know, they've got some big game players on big organizations, and it is exactly the truth. Well, let's take a look through some of these rosters. We'll start with Kyrgyzstan to see, what kind of names we're going to be looking into over on this side. First time for us seeing them, so I'm excited.
I am too. We got Aaron the King, we got Spoken Northwest, and then a name that's significantly harder to pronounce, but what's your read on this? We got Kenzie at the end, but we probably need local help to help us out with that one.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I guess we could go maybe like an XZ. I mean, even that seems like a little bit of a mouthful, but it's probably the better way to go about it. Yeah, I mean, if somebody locally knows, that would be very helpful how to pronounce this.
Send us the information.
XZTCU.
There's got to be something.
Yeah, it'd be something that is pronounced like, you know, domestically, like considerably easier. But we just don't.
Yeah, send us some information in chat, and we'll do our best to help out. But either way, yeah, like we obviously have very little information to go off of, so I'm curious how this will play out. I think also for Uzbekistan coming off of that loss, which could have been a win, like there was a world in which they could have done it. I'm sure they're going to be extra motivated to go into this one. We know this lineup a little bit better with Seka, with the SSJ, with and with Rikin, and also Iesf. They just look like a really, really cool team. Obviously, DSSJ stole a little bit of the thunder in the last matchup, but they have other players that could do just the same. So I'm expecting that they're going to be a strong team here.
Yeah, it should be really good. I'm actually looking forward to this. This is really where we get to see maybe just how good this side is. I want to come in and expect maybe what we get to see Kyrgyzstan, who have these guys as a bit more known quantity, the Uzbekistan players. They know maybe where the weaknesses are. I'm not 100% sure if that's going to be the case, how much prep they could really do, but a lot of this comes down to basically where the individuals can step up. We know they've had some okay results. Basically, you know, they lost to Kazakhstan, fair enough. But then after that, we're talking 13-4 versus Turkmenistan, very decent, and then a 13-10, which they just got over Tajikistan, which is not too bad. Uzbekistan beat them 13-9. So both results very even, very close. If we're going to use that as a kind of comparative matter, the only team who's really made light work of everybody is Kazakhstan, of course, have already guaranteed their way towards the Chengdu finals, which is pretty damn sick. So, this is a massive game. You know, on the other side, we also got Tajikistan and Turkmenistan playing simultaneously. Both of them are 0-3, though, so there's no real point kind of following that game. Both of them can't qualify. This one is for all the marbles. Both sitting a 2-1 record. Uzbekistan got a slightly better round differential, but it doesn't make a difference. It's all going to be down to who takes this win.
Yeah, so much on the line. In terms of experience, I mean, you know, you get to play on land, you get to go to another country to play like that. That's experience that's really hard to come by in the world of Counter-Strike. You can't just necessarily rock up and say, oh yeah, well, let's go to some lands or whatever. Some parts of the world, that's not just that easy. So I think there's going to be a lot on the line for them to try and qualify and to try and get there for Uzbekistan. For Iesf, it's a question of getting back. His team in the last go-around when we were in Yash looked like they were favorites to maybe win the whole thing at one point. They were very strong.
They were. They absolutely were. I think, you know, obviously, I guess now it's a slightly different team in a sense. But honestly, I look at this side with, or at least this country of a lot of potential. They really have offered up a lot of individuals. We were kind of speaking about it as well. There's a lot of players who kind of come in towards a little bit more EU-centric Counter-Strike from this region. I've been playing pretty damn well. So yeah, I look at this. I've got kind of some some high hopes for a good game. We actually just had a really decent game as well with that Kazakhstan-Uzbekistan matchup, a real kind of clash of the titans, I guess, but this one's equally as so, just because of the stakes on hand here. And a big question for me is basically how some of these sides maybe respond to the stakes. You know, pressure on the line, it's all down to a best of one for qualification. It is the definition of kind of now or never, and because of that, that's where maybe teams can crumble under the pressure at times.
Easily, yeah, that's easily what can happen, right? It could be one of the more important games you've ever played, and it takes a lot to get rid of that feeling and those nerves and just kind of focus on what you've prepped and planned for. So that could be a case too, and maybe the experience against side for Uzbekistan could be shining through, and they could have a little bit more of a chance of it. But we'll see. It also depends on the mental state of Kyrgyzstan in this case. You know, if they're just having a great time, if they're really just loving playing the game, and then maybe some of that will fade to the background. Yeah, very, very curious to see how this one is going to be playing out. We'll get the veto right here. Again, it's best of one here, so we're going to be down to Anubis. Again, just noticing that Vertigo is banned out almost immediately. So.
Get this ass map out of the pool, man. Honestly, Anders, let's get rid of it. I think every single region, no matter where we've been, they've spoken for the community. This map gets banned first wave every time, more or less. I mean, so bad. It's so bad. I actually saw a tweet. You know, as of today, it's been 5 years since Vertigo came into the pool, and still no one likes it.
How are we meant to learn how to cast the new map though? No one's ever playing it. Like, we're just gonna be like, at some point we're gonna get to you know, like the major or something, and we're all gonna be like, oh wait a minute, what's this map? Like, how does it play out? But competitively, nobody really knows. So
it's true. So it is true. The thing is though, I think the at least in my eyes, from the information I've heard, I don't know these guys at all. I've never spoken to Valve. I have no idea. But apparently they make a lot of decisions based off just data, raw stats and data. I know for a fact that in terms of comp and all the rest, this map isn't liked at all, right? And I know it's not one that players like to play that much in comp, you know, more than like a Mirage or Inferno, or even like a Dust 2, for example. So it can't be played a lot there. In the pro scene, it's never played, right? So surely Valve are looking at this and being like, right, if we're ever going to make a comp pool change, surely Vertigo's next to go.
Yeah, you would think so, but I guess at the same time, to some extent for Valve, they might also be thinking, well, we have to understand like why it's happening. Like, what is it about the map that's making it bad? And sometimes, to be honest, like, this is going to surprise a lot of people, but like in the beginning in CSGO for, I would say, almost all of 2013, 14, everybody hated Nuke. Like, I think I was the only person who was saying, no, Nuke is a really good map. But people were like, no.
It's always my favorite.
It's terrible, yeah. But, I mean, so just to say, like, sometimes the community can also be incredibly irrational over things that, you know, like, I want to hear people give more voice to saying, like, well, why do you not like Vertigo in this case? Like, what is it about it? Like, just saying it's a bad map is fine. But obviously at some point, like, it'd be cool to hear people get, like, really give voice to, like, well, what does it bad mean in this case? Like, how are we defining that? I've got some theories of my own, I mean, why people don't like it, but yeah, if I'm Valve, I definitely want to have more of a reason why that's happening. Oh, we're gonna get into it now. We're not on Vertigo at all, so we're on Anubis to begin with. So welcome once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's Uzbekistan, and they're going to be starting on the CT side up against Kyrgyzstan that we've never seen before here at Iesf. So quite interested to see how this will play out. They are on the T side.
For all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen, this is for a spot at LAN. An international LAN. It comes down to this best of one. I mean, stakes shouldn't be any higher, and Ryujin starting well. I'm excited for this one. I was very excited for the Kazakhstan game, but just because of the stakes at hand here, this one really has the potential of being a bit of a banger. I can't lie. Kyrgyzstan, we haven't seen what they're like, so we're hoping they come in with a fresh style and spoken. Oh, him combining for a nice opening double. This is carnage already.
Very, very well played. Kenzie getting another kill in the corner there, but yeah, they lost the first kill over at the other side of the map, but then they spun it around, and now it's on Ryujin here. 1 versus 3 with the bomb already planted. It's a very tough position to be in, and he's not even going to get close to doing anything in the round. Well done there, and it's Kyrgyzstan picking up the pistol.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Kyrgyzstan starting well in a map that means everything. This is exactly what we want to see. And the big thing as well is actually I like the way they approach that. They come in towards this pistol round, basically no hold bars. They come in, take early fights, basically back themselves in terms of the individuals. That's all we can ask for in these sort of situations. So big fan of that. Big fan indeed. 1-0 start. There will be a force buy coming through on the CT side. Anders, you know how I feel about CT side force buys when you lose. We're 0 for 1 so far, as the one earlier today with Vietnam didn't go well. Are we going to be 0 for 2? This, my counter's starting off pretty well here for the year.
It is, but you know what? They got some damage with a scout. Now, I feel like 1 scout tag doesn't really make any difference in the round, but 2, it could easily change the round. Because if you've got like 2 out of 5 players that are tagged up, that are within 1-shot range of a deagle or a scout, it just makes people very nervous. Like, nobody likes that feeling. Everyone starts to move around a bit awkwardly. There's like a whole thing going on. So, 1 scout tag so far, but get another one in there and we'll see what happens. It's going to be a little bit of a slowdown so far on the Kyrgyzstan side. They're not quite sure where to go with it. See if they're going to be more inspired to pick a spot to attack here soon.
Close. Open to do something. Corner, swing. Fine, that's beautiful work. Usually gets cleared with ease.
Oh yeah, they're really, really cleaning it up here. Iesf Lone's going to get a couple of kills inside of the bomb site, but it will be too late for anything else here. 1 versus 3. Just the deagle trying to make its way across the map. Oh, it's a good headshot. That's not necessarily easy. Nice swing on that one to be able to pick it up, and we'll see if he can do more. Again, it's a big ask right now to get another 2 kills and defuse the bomb before the time runs out with no kit and no backup. But yeah, at least he can make it expensive. Try and see if he can get a little bit more in there. They're not showing themselves at all. They're really far away. Kenzie's finally saying, where the hell is he? All right, he's going to find him at the end. And Kyrgyzstan, again, well played, well handled. It's going to be another round in their favor.
Decent work. Honestly, that's a very nice T-side round. No two ways about it. I mean, coming through where they don't really pull any punches again. I think this is probably the best way that Kyrgyzstan have got to approach this. Quite kind of brute force in a way. I think is, for me, how I always like to kind of come in towards these early sort of rounds. Because you lay the gauntlet down. You got to make them feel a little bit uncomfortable. So, yeah, I'm a fan of that. 2-0, nice and easy. I mean, Uzbekistan, force buy, doesn't go well. So, another one going to be added to my tally, which I'm happy for. My agenda against CT side force buys is so far so good. So I can't complain. But yeah, true. I mean, where we're at the moment, I think I'm pretty happy with what I've seen out of Kyrgyzstan. At least individually, they look pretty crisp. Kenzie, man, 6-0, can't complain.
Keep that going. Don't lose that focus. But they're gonna have a bit of an easier time here. We got some deagles out on the CT side, but apart from that, not much else. So they're gonna be having hopefully a little bit of ooh, that's some good timing. Northwest will be taking down Iesf Lone just as the smoke was popping there. So yeah, good timing. And they should be cleaning it up. They are, in fact, cleaning it up very, very clearly for the rest of it. So everything's kind of working out the way that you would want here. No deagle surprises. Not a single bit of damage even done on the T side. So they're really living life here.
Yeah, beautiful work. Beautiful work. I mean, honestly, no complaints at all. This is a big 3-0 start, though. I mean, arguably expected. Anubis is the only map in the pool currently which we can even make a conversation about being T-sided. So I just think that we're seeing this is exactly what we want to see. Kyrgyzstan have to come into the T side. And, I always say that lay down this gauntlet, but they need to realize that Uzbekistan are a very scary T-side team themselves. That's where a lot of their riflers get active. Iesf Lone, he's a very proactive, lurking rifler. We look at the likes of, even Seka, they're a bit more of an experienced head on this side. He's pretty good at finding these little openings. So I think more than anything, Kyrgyzstan realize that they cannot let up ever when it comes to Uzbekistan just because of how scary they are.
Yeah. And we saw it just in the last game, right? Where Kazakhstan were really far behind and then they had like one good entry into the game and then boom, everything changed. So you don't want to let that happen. If you're Kyrgyzstan, it's about keeping your foot on the pedal and just kind of never let go again. Good flashbang, but the pre-fire, they walk right into it. That's sickening. All right. Nice start to the round here.
Holding up. Camera takes a pop shot. The SSJ was a menace towards that previous best of one. And of course, he was kind of the main man that kept Uzbekistan in that competition for a while. And needing more from him. Swing. Fine. DSSJ never missing those. Makes that 2. This AWP rattling off and it's singing pretty damn loud. Looks some more. Swing on towards Cake. Spots the barrel. Spots the guy, but he misses the shot.
Ooh, okay. Getting a little bit in return now. Don't know if Northwest is going to be able to clean up this round. Only 27 seconds. Sneaking in through the middle. Seka. Oh, the timing. Yeah, it couldn't have been any better. That's an expensive round nonetheless, all right? Fair enough. Uzbekistan, they win it. But it's not the kind of round where you're going to be, celebrating too much because you kind of know that did cost you a fair bit. So, yeah, it'll be a 3-1 scoreline here.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, nice and easy one. I mean, all in all, can't really complain too much. I'm also going to keep tabs on just Tajikistan and Turkmenistan. I actually think Tajikistan played pretty decently yesterday. Against Uzbekistan, they made them really work for that. I mean, we kind of came in, because we casted the 13-0, we kind of thought it might be a similar sort of vibe. It wasn't. Uzbekistan struggled for a while in that matchup, and Kyrgyzstan also had a close game too. Uzbekistan won 13-9, Kyrgyzstan won 13-10, so by the metric of reading into that one, these two sides should be very evenly matched. And so far, it does seem to be the case. It's a good first round for Uzbekistan to take, especially considering the numbers disadvantage. Question being, can they spiral it to more? Not a good start for DSSJ.
He's already dead, down and out. Didn't even do that much damage in return, unfortunately, here, but put some pressure on the CT side when you lose a player this early on. Smoke fades. Icy Blown, well aware of the potential danger lurking inside of the smoke, is going to be able to get the kill. So 4 versus 4. Bomb still lingering outside of the B bomb site. Not really committed to anything just yet, but they are sneaking their way in the right direction. Look at the defense. 3 people. Oh, wait a minute. Icy Blown's walking back. I was going to say they were about to have a perfect defense for the bomb site, but now I'm not so sure anymore. This could really cost them. Spoken, nice shot, and that opens it up. They're going to go for it now.
Molotov, back plat. Might be a little bit easier to do. Bomb will go down. That's the main thing. They're planting kind of in the face of fire, but they're making it work as Kenzie gets one. Mutant falls. There's actually probably a temptation here just to save. Money's not good over towards Uzbekistan. I think they might actually just be tempted to kind of call this here. And yeah, nicely blown. He's got it all, and he is out of there. There's no point in hell giving a 1v4 a look in. So that is going to be another round for Kyrgyzstan. And as we're on track for a little bit of a shock here. When I came into this qualifier, I was 90% certain that it was going to be Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan making it towards the Asia Championships, but at the moment, might not be the case.
It is definitely not settled yet. Yeah, they're showing us a lot right here. Spoken and Kenzie also with 9 kills. I mean, they're playing some great Counter-Strike at the moment. It's 4-1 in their favor, and the money is becoming a problem rather quickly for Uzbekistan. Yeah. And what a shock it would be. That'd be very surprising. That'd probably be the surprise of the bracket so far, or of the qualifier so far. If it's Kyrgyzstan upsetting Uzbekistan, I wasn't not seeing that coming. So
agreed.
We'll
agreed. I definitely didn't expect that one to be the case. If that is to happen, man. Oh, I mean, it'd be tough for Uzbekistan, especially because we spoke to them yesterday and they were so confident. And, they said they have a lot of talent on their team and all the rest. If that fell apart, you'd kind of hate to see it, but we'll see. It's far from over. It's early doors. We're only 5 rounds in so far, heading in towards the 6th now. Aggro from Uzbekistan. Seka finds himself dead. Nade will come through towards main. Kyrgyzstan, a great start.
Yeah, trying to find some of that early round aggression, which can be good. I mean, you don't have the pistols anyway, so you don't have that much to work with, but it can also definitely backfire on you. A couple of people close to the exit of A here. Smoke is going to be fading. We'll see if no one's currently looking for them on the T side, but a couple of seconds from now, they're going to start to populate that area outside. So might be tricky at range. Good shot, to be honest. Yeah, stay away with the AWP on the T side. You don't want to be losing that to this little skirmish that's happening. I do like this pressure from Uzbekistan. I mean, if they can steal this round back, it would be such a luxury for them going into some of the later rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Be a massive one to steal away, but Northwest got other ideas. It was advantage taking the game, but there's an AK to work with for Icy Blow. Be something, but he gets caught in rotation, in transition. DSSJ, only the one. I think this one is done, mate. I think this one is safe to call as in the bag. Bomb goes down. It is a 2v1, but I honestly think you're better off keeping hold of the AK here.
Yeah, I would agree. the chances of clutching this one is very, very slim. They're throwing grenades your way. They're kind of keeping the distance. They're not showing you that they're going to be overplaying a hand either. So I don't mind that he's kind of investigating, and that makes sense just because maybe they make a mistake, but I feel like now he's very, very deeply committed here. If he had a kit and a smoke, I would totally go for it here, but without it, all right, he's going to be walking away now. He really wanted to optimize that round. A bit risky perhaps, but at the end of it, it's going to be another round for Kyrgyzstan. So 5-1. Yeah, my God. We're learning on the fly here.
Yeah, this is pretty damning as well. I mean, some of these individuals over towards Kyrgyzstan look crisp. Spoken, especially the last few rounds, has really stepped up in quite a big way. 8-2, he finds himself now. Kenty was always clean from the get-go, but man, I'm getting a little bit concerned. Uzbekistan, I wouldn't even mind, which is actually what we got here, in all fairness, a pause. That's exactly what I wanted. Them to just take a little bit of a breather, have a little conversation. You basically just try and figure out what's going wrong. This is a map which is revered as T-sided, yes, but it still needs to see some sort of stability put up on the CT side, and right now we're just not getting enough. For Uzbekistan, at the bare minimum of how this is badly started at 5-1, if they can get at least 4 unders, I'd be happy. It's workable.
Yeah, I think so too, and that is definitely within their grasp at the moment. That could be done, but at the moment here, I don't know. I mean, like, this is just the individual's not really showing up, right? DSSJ, we saw what a great game he had in the last one. Not seeing the same effect at the moment here. It could be the map choice, but, you know, they had a whole veto to go through, so they had a chance to pick something else if they really wanted to. Kyrgyzstan are coming in looking way more sharp at the moment. Some attempted CT side aggression, and they actually make their way past some of the early Molotovs that were being thrown out there from the T side. So they are going to be able to put some pressure on. They've overtaken this entire side of the river, which admittedly is very annoying if you're on the T side. That's a huge tactical point of the map where you want to execute into the A bomb site from, and now they just can't. Now they have to wait.
Yeah, yikes. Not what you want. Has he flown? Holding in fire mid. He's got the support of Yujin as well. Pop flash maybe to facilitate a fight. Yeah, pop flash comes through, but nothing spotted when he peeks out from camera. Not going to help. Not a huge amount on offer here, at least for the time being. Kyrgyzstan making a bit of a move, at least to creep their way forward in via mid. At least taking mid control allows you the opportunity to split.
Yeah, that's something. They could definitely, if they can infiltrate the backline here towards CT spawn even, could be quite efficient. Bit of a trade to begin with. As Iesf alone will, I think, be wise to their plans. He's going to see how many people are coming through, but still, the shots are really good on the Kyrgyzstan side. Finally, it's Uzbekistan getting a one-man lead, but the bomb is going to be planted here. And I think, interestingly, they still have a Molotov, so they can save that towards the end. There is no smoke on Uzbekistan, so this is a bit scary. If they have the nerve to just hold on to that Molotov for a couple of seconds more, they can maybe deny the defuse. We'll see if that's going to be playing out here. He's still got it. Got to wait until the last possible second to try and throw that in there. Oh, and he doesn't even really get a chance. Grenade right on top as he peeked. That's a bit of a shame. That would have been sick to see. But either way, Uzbekistan will win the round. And this time with 3 people alive.
Yeah, that's a big one for them to be taken. I mean, that really will help quite considerably at the very least, because now you're putting a little bit more financial pressure on towards Kyrgyzstan, which is the main thing. You're starting to get a little bit of confidence yourself. You've just got to chain them a little bit more together. This is the main thing. I've got to look at this for Uzbekistan, and it's the same thing I said in towards that previous game against Kazakhstan. It's all well and good that you get around here, but it's got to be consistent. You've got to start to find these consecutive rounds on the board. It does make a difference. We don't care if you get a flash in the pan. You have to start to really put that pressure onto the shoulders of the Kyrgyzstan roster. And so far, we haven't seen it, at least yet. Individually, they look good. A peek out by a Mania swing in the corner. Good trade. You'll take that. Especially now DSSJ's found one with the orb at range. Beautiful work. Uzbekistan aggression works well.
Round number 8. And like we said, they can just get up to about 4 rounds. Uzbekistan, there's a lot to play for. If they win this one, that's almost secure. There's not that much money on the T side here, so Kyrgyzstan getting close to being in trouble here. We'll see if Aaron could do anything. He's certainly swinging for it, and he survived the peek against DSSJ, so far so good. It forces them back into the bomb site. they've also got Seka here. And he does have a couple of flashes to try and slow them down. The grenade doesn't go quite far enough. I think that Molotov is meant to bounce up onto the plateau, so it allows one player to stay in the back, but not for long. Kenzie, that's a nice cleanup. He'll take down Seka, and just like that, 3 versus 3. Aaron sneaking in, and will catch Icy Vlone, who was trying to go for a bit of a backstab. So from a 4 versus 3 into now a 1 versus 3 in favor of Kyrgyzstan, they've absolutely nailed this round.
They have. Ryujin. It's not impossible, but it's so difficult. The spam was so close as well. He's trying to keep forward like ships of the night. They walk past each other in the smoke. But thankfully, Northwest will check. He'll clear. He'll find. And Ryujin will fall. All in all, this is a pretty good half for Counter-Strike, man. 6-2. Kyrgyzstan look very, very solid. And they're not really letting up in what is kind of the pressure that they're putting on towards Uzbekistan. It's a tough spot. That's what it's about a bit. You know, a buy can come back through for the most part for Uzbekistan. I mean, Icy Vlone and Seka are a little low, so it might potentially be more of a half buy. But, and again, Ryujin's got just shy of 7K. I'm sure he can drop one over. Conversations to be had, regardless, but Kyrgyzstan in a really strong spot. If they force buy here and they lose, Uzbekistan might actually get decimated in this first half where it's too far for them to kind of claw back. If they half buy and then lose, it's the same sort of story. You're giving up a lead towards Kyrgyzstan. You're allowing them to still keep all that confidence up. So it is a big conversation. They've had a pause, and it looks like they're going to opt to force. So for me, this is the big risk, big reward type of play.
Yeah, I think you're right. You're onto something. Could work out, but my God, if it doesn't, then they're starting to fall really far behind. And again, best of 1. So your chances for recovery are definitely a lot less. Oh, nice spam right through. It's not the start they were looking for. You take the risk, and now you run into Northwest right through the smoke. And since he took a bit of damage, they're actually swapping out, so he's carrying the Mac 10 instead. I love this. They're showing great understanding of Counter-Strike at the moment.
Holding for a swing out from smoke, but nothing offering. Northwest will find Ice Vlone up close to the Mac 10. Again, no response. The swing is good. They've done this before for Uzbekistan. It seems to be consistently working. He'll take that. That's not bad at all. Question is, can they still pull things back in their favor? Because the numbers don't favor them.
Bit of a funky flashbang to go into the sights. There is a potential flank coming through from Seka if they just can hold on. So I think Ryujin and they just have to keep the distraction, hope that Seka can win the flank on the other side of it, and then go for the crunch. But yeah, this is getting really, really dangerous. Good little grenade. Northwest dropped even lower, but has gone. A bit of a shot. Clips the wall. Gonna get the headshot as well on Ryujin, and now Seka never got put into play. Kyrgyzstan, they're shocking us at the moment. It's a 7-2 lead for them. I'm so impressed with what they're doing here.
Yeah, I am. I mean, the read is basically perfect in that one. A bit of aggression comes through over towards A, and then they kind of just pop through and make it work so easy. Seka gets caught by Aaron, and nice and easy one. Kyrgyzstan, a 7-2 lead. Gotta say, I love what I'm seeing. They're very crisp as well. The players working brilliantly. The reads are perfect. I mean, this is sort of exactly what we want. You know, this is a side who maybe were slept on a little bit. I think we could probably safely hold our hands up and say we were very, very high on the Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan train. But yeah, my God, they are in a good spot right now. Kyrgyzstan look very crisp, very clean, and Uzbekistan are struggling. They're going to go back into another force in round number 10 here. Lose this, Anders, and they could be going down at the tail of this half. I mean, there's even the potential of double digits still.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have any real data on Kyrgyzstan, so it was hard to say, right? But we're just going off of what we knew about Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. We knew that they were going to be regions that were going to be fairly well represented and just generally have a history of the game. For Kyrgyzstan, maybe less known, but they're definitely showing up in a nice way. Oh, that's a very, very tight shot. The SSJ, he wants that back. He had the kill, and he was trying to get away, but his elbow just sticking out around the corner. So now it's a 4 versus 4 instead. I see Vlone here.
I've got to see a little bit of aggression out of Uzbekistan. I always don't really like when teams go into kind of force bars like this where the guns aren't great and they just default. I don't think you're going to get anything going with, I mean, the default's not working on full buys, so I feel like you've got to try and get aggro, and it does work for a trade.
Oh, nice shot. That's actually a scout on Zaseka, so fair play. Again, this round is hugely important, right? If they can somehow steal this one back, it should give them some confidence, right? Hopefully someone's on that side to give them a little bit of a war speech to say, hey, listen, guys, you know, I know it's a slow start, but at 3-7, we can still recover the half. In fact, we can get all the way to 5 rounds if we're doing really well. So, you know, just don't give up. Keep it going. It's definitely not over yet. Nice shot.
My God, beautiful. Honestly, Seka looked crisp with that scout in that round. 3 kills to his name. He looked very, very good indeed. Hey, they needed a hero. I said they did. And thankfully, they get one. Right? Question, again, though, they've got to try and spiral this to talent. I said that they can get 4. I'll be pretty happy. But anything less, little bit worrying, maybe. But, you know, some nice shots there. It's good. Similar thing, though, that we kind of said with Uzbekistan already, that it doesn't really matter if it's... you know, these 1 rounds here or there, they've got to try and find a couple in a row just to put pressure on Kyrgyzstan, who right now, they seem to be playing so comfortably.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit more, I agree, than the odd round. Like, string some rounds together, have a strong finish here at the end of the half, and we can get into the next one and just kind of reset our expectations a bit. Good, strong kill for Uzbekistan at the start of the round here. Scout being picked up on the T side and pushing through. That is incredibly bold. That even after not hitting the shot, he's still like, I'm going to keep going. He's creating a lot of space for his team. They can follow in behind, but the M4s on the CT side will make quick work of that. That's very well done. Going to be down to Rujin at the end to pick up the last kill. So, 4 on the board. All right. I mean, there's some real light at the end of the tunnel here now for Uzbekistan all of a sudden.
For sure. 100%. I mean, even like I said, you know, 4 rounds, I'm relatively happy with. It's workable. You know, this is a map which is revered as T-side. I think Uzbekistan are a better T-side team. So all the small silver linings, I think, are still fine. They're not out of this game. I think it's probably the main point that I'm trying to drive home right now. Don't sleep on them just yet. Kyrgyzstan, while they may have started well, doesn't really matter if they don't finish well. I think it's probably the priority here. If they can get a 5th as well, which seems very decent and very possible, maybe we're talking about a real conversation to be had here. Molotov nade going to come through as well. Seka open in this round as well. He used to AWP good old few years ago now, back in the early stages ago. I think it's 1.6 as well. You see him back on it. If he took a shot, they would have been good. Doesn't matter because they line up. Very simple round there, Anders. 7-5. That's a nice recovery. I'm glad we at least saw something.
Oh yeah, that they've done enough now. Where if they win the pistol here, it's right back on. Even without the pistol, they could probably still do it, but at least they're not just getting wiped out here. But a scary beginning. I mean, again, many people coming into this probably would have said, no, it's going to be Uzbekistan who just kind of roll into it and do a great job. But in fact, they are down now 7-5. It's Kyrgyzstan with 7 rounds and just doing very well at the moment. So if Kyrgyzstan win the pistol, I don't know anything can still happen. I'm excited for this one. It's not what I was expecting, but it's what we're getting. They're going to be rushing straight into the middle. It's Uzbekistan trying to see if they can just use the force of the Glocks and run down any CTs defending. And so far, the CTs are playing it well. They're actually falling back, which is what you should be doing. Don't stick around and fight Glocks at the same time. It's not going to be worth it. Just get some teammates in there to try and help out. Kenzie, nice headshot, but instant return.
Yeah, that's a good real response. Uzbekistan are going so quick, but they're playing isolated. That's not going to help. When they stick together, that's what you're going to find around like this. Looking for more. Bomb will be planted. That's the main thing. Uzbekistan, they need this pistol. They need to try and bring it level. They win this pistol, they've got a good chance of tying it up 7 apiece, which would be huge. A swing from Iesf. That's so risky, but he's so damn crisp. He's on for the quad kill, and he will get it. What a pistol out from Iesf. 4 kills to his name, and he puts Uzbekistan on his back as he puts them within 1 round of Kyrgyzstan. Big round from the youngster. They needed him. They absolutely did. And now for Kyrgyzstan, you know, they've got a tough old spot here. Do we force buy on the CT side? Cough, cough, please don't. Or do we play this slow and actually have a buy in towards round number 15 when it's only tied 7-all?
Wow, yeah, this is turned into a bit of a different game now all of a sudden. Kyrgyzstan, I mean, that 1 round lead doesn't really mean a lot at the moment. down to Uzbekistan to show that now that they have a foothold in the game, they can bring it back. And you know who's leading the charge over on that side? It's Iesf, the man with the experience. So not too surprising that he's going to be on top of the board. But I was going to say, I think this is once again a wide open game and not really seeing any kind of crazy force-ups here. So you're going to be happy with that, I know.
I'm a happy man. I can't complain on this, mate. I can't complain at all. I had the tally ready on the second monitor for if they went for it.
Ready to write stuff down.
Yeah. Luckily, I'll keep it. I'll keep it tucked away for now. Finding towards the fight. Northwest has already taken a bit of a tag. Kenzie's fallen. These pistols should be massacred quite quickly. But the good thing is, if it's Mac 10s getting the kills, that's money. That's the main thing. That kill bonus is pretty healthy. Oh my god, he's going for the knife. Who even was that? Who was chasing him with a knife out? I think it might be Ryujin, but in the end, Uzbekistan tied up. The knife would have been nice. Would have been good extra money in the back pocket.
Sure.
It doesn't matter too much, though.
A bit crazy, but, you know, whatever. They're having a good time. We are tied up. So, 7-7. And a buy coming out now from Kyrgyzstan. They do not have the AWP, but they've got some M4s in play. Some grenades to mix in there. I'm not seeing a defuse kit anywhere, so doesn't have to be bad, but I mean, obviously, it's something that we're going to revisit and think about. If the bomb gets planted, we'll have to have that conversation once again about whether or not it was something that was maybe lacking. And they're using a lot of the, like, they didn't have many grenades to begin with, but they've already used a bunch of them in this round on the CT side. So that's also concerning, right? You throw a lot of them out, and all the Ts have to do is kind of wait and say, all right, we'll just see, you know, give us 20 seconds and we're right back in the round.
Ah, well. This game is really starting to open up. We've got a bit of a banger on our hands here. Kyrgyzstan looked like they were in complete control. I think we're now at 7-all. Changes things. However, the big difference is the fact that it's the first gun round, but if it doesn't go successfully, they could be in trouble. 1-for-1. Iesf gets caught. Actually gets to tuck himself in towards CT somehow, some way. Gets out of there scot-free.
Yeah, he's able to run away, which I guess is good news, but Northwest just got completely sandwiched coming in from dark. That's a nice shot through the smoke. Unexpected as does go down. But 4 versus 3. There's a double flank coming in from basically the main entrance, the T-spawn area towards the B bomb site. That might be a little bit of a surprise. So they're making a lot of noise, so maybe not. That should have been heard. Aaron goes down on the one side. 3 versus 3 now. And we said they don't have a kit, and it was going to be a conversation if the bomb ever got planted. It's 1 right now because they're running out of time a lot quicker than you might think. Region with a good couple of kills, and Secker at the end will save the team. Look at it, left on 10 health. But it's Uzbekistan now taking the round lead for once and kind of blowing up the economy on the Kyrgyzstan side.
Yeah, this is big. Kyrgyzstan starting to feel the pressure. And this is what it comes down to, right? This is a best of one. This is what we talk about mental resilience. We talk about Uzbekistan, especially Iesf. He's been here before. He's been to Yash in Romania with this country and kind of taking them into playoffs, right? He knows about the stakes at hand. And of course, the same for a good few players on Uzbekistan who have played at decent level within Tier 2. I look at, obviously, we've already mentioned them, DSSJ, Ryujin, who play pretty decent Tier 2 level Counter-Strike, and Seko, who's been around for many, many a year. So it is one of those where I think the mental resilience that we're starting to see out of the Uzbekistan side is so damn commendable. Either way, far from over, though. Only a one-round game, but the economy is pretty rough over towards Kyrgyzstan. So no buy here. The expectation is Uzbekistan making a 9-7.
Yeah, that's the way this is going at the moment. They are going to be very, very hard to slow down now. See Region there with 15 kills. So he's kind of overtaken everybody on his team even. They know that they've got them in a tough position. Could easily be a 9-7 unless the Deagles can find some miraculous shots. It's hard to do when that much smoke is in front of you, but you know, anything short of that. And at this point, it feels like Uzbekistan are going to be within reaching distance of the W, and it is the best of 1.
Region, nice shot. Oh, nice reaction as well. Those headphones are working brilliantly. I'll tell you that for free. Swivel on a dime. Oh, and he's ripping heads as well. Chris Baz in this round from Ryujin. I'll give him his credit.
That is pretty damn sick. Goes for the spray. We'll get another one. Quick quad kill for him. Probably would love the ace if he's allowed, but, you know, you got to find the last player here before any of your teammates do, and he's set up in a rather sneaky position. Seka going to be spotting him out, and even though he got slightly dinked there, he is still going to win that fight. So 9-7 the scoreline here. Things are really heating up for Uzbekistan. Again, dreadful beginning for them. Really far behind, unable to make anything work really on the first half, but towards the end of the half, they kind of recovered, and that recovery's kind of been going ever since, right? A 7-5 first half, and so far it's been another 4 rounds here in the second half, and Kyrgyzstan are nowhere to be seen.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's not a good kind of situation that Kyrgyzstan have kind of found themselves in now. Back into a bye, but they're 2 rounds behind, and you know, a similar thing, even if they are to win this round as well, you've got to look at this as if they lose more than 3 players in the fight, they're still going to have a broken economy. So no matter which way you kind of put it, they're in a tough old spot. I think they need to be careful now. I always mention the word, and I always say, because the most important thing, especially in MR13 and CS2 and all the rest, but those consecutive rounds, they can absolutely kill you if you can't find them. Up close. Nice find. Northwest for 1. Looks for another. He'll upgrade to the AK as well, and drops a nade just behind it.
Yeah, throwing down a lot of grenades. He's expecting that there's more of a force on the other side, but there kind of isn't. Most of that battle now is going to be happening towards the middle. 2 people pushed up for the Uzbekistan side, smoking off the one side towards B, and then flashing away towards the camp position. A little bit of a preemptive shot coming out, but it's not really connecting with anything. 2-man setup in here, and this could be really bad if they win this fight, and they will. All down to Spoken, and he's trying to do the best that he can, but he just had no backup. He's going to go down eventually. Nice shot with the AWP. DSSJ, probably more aggressive than you needed to be there. You probably could have waited out a little bit and waited for the bomb to go down, which is going to be happening right now.
Goes down. 2v3. 2-1. At that, though. Waiting. It all is so quiet. Flash, Icy. Vlo gets 1. He doesn't get traded. That's huge. The fact that he gets away alive, going 1-for-1's not enough, but the fact that they're going to drop the AWP as well. Anders, this might be done, but Seka's now left alone in the clutch, and Seka Labored Spray is going to win it nonetheless. Uzbekistan inch ever closer to qualifying to the Asia Championships in Chengdu, and my, oh my, what a way to do it. A 2 versus 3 post-plan.
Yeah, that was super, super scary. I think Uzbekistan kind of almost making a big mistake there in pushing before the bomb is planted. You want to kind of focus on that, but they recovered it nonetheless. And it's been a bit of a downfall here. 10-7. Kyrgyzstan not having a good time whatsoever on the CT side. Struggling with getting the rounds, struggling getting even the money to get some of these buys on the way. You can kind of tell right now. It's looking very grim at the moment, and I don't even know what the recovery plan needs to be. They can't really do much even in this round. I mean, they're going to force up into it. I don't know if it's the right call, but it's risky. I mean, but not forcing is also risky because you're getting Uzbekistan up to 11 rounds, right? So,
yeah, I don't know if forcing. I personally wouldn't say it's the right call. I mean, you're banking on so much with so little, I think is probably the way I put about it. You go for a forcer, you lose this. Uzbekistan not only found 11, they found 12 because your economy is broken. So it's, yeah, I think you're right in the way you put it. You know, down if you do, down if you don't. But I would personally go for a lesser buy here, buy in towards the next, and then you're still playing for overtime regardless with a different caliber of force once Uzbekistan or if Uzbekistan hit 12. However, there is a tac pause, then turn tech pause, unfortunately, before we get in towards that. So we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. And we'll get a little bit of a chance to breathe. Maybe good news for Kyrgyzstan that they have a chance to talk things over as well and just get their feet on the ground once again. They had so many players that were looking really, really good. Kenzie, Spoken were playing well at the start. Northwest was in there too. So we know that they have the caliber of players. It's just that now that you're on the CT side, it's a different kind of coordination you need when you're on the defensive, and they haven't really been able to make it work. Yeah,
absolutely. Absolutely. We'll be heading back on the way, though. Tech pause is done, ladies and gents. This is, yeah, it's a pretty banger map that we've kind of got here as well. all the stakes on the line, and both teams are stepping up. It's been pretty sick. Pretty damn sick. Force buy. Not quite for all the marbles for Kyrgyzstan, but it kind of feels more or less in that sense. What have they got for us, though? If there's any a time to make something work, it kind of does feel very much now or never Kyrgyzstan on the force, and Spoken will get the first. That's huge. And untraded too will help. A lot of damage done, yes, but still all alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah, one step in the right direction. It is not done yet. Northwest, look at just the ocean of fire down in front of him. I'm surprised that he gets out only taking about half health damage. That could have been way worse. So I guess good job. Oh, and through the smoke, they'll find the top fragger there on the Uzbekistan side. So far, so good. They should be able to clean this one up. It's a 1 versus 3. They run out of bullets, but DSSJ, he's very low on health, and he's going to get caught shot in the back by Spoken. What a save here from Kyrgyzstan. Their first round on the second half on the CT side. They needed it so badly.
Yeah, it's a big, big round for them. I mean, they come in towards that with a force that is kind of feeling for at least the map to decide everything, right? It feels like it has to be converted. If it isn't, we're probably talking about Uzbekistan seeing this one off. The fact that they have now kept themselves alive changes the discussion. It now puts a little bit more pressure on towards Uzbekistan. Their long-term economy is not exactly fleshed out. They lose this round here against a much harsher buy than what they've just faced. Who knows? We could be talking about Kyrgyzstan maybe even tying the game up 10 apiece. That's how close these two sides are. It's insane. We got a very good game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's not been settled yet. Definitely not. DSSJ sneaking in there. Going to be catching Aaron on the other side. So far, so good. This is a bit of a change of pace here for Uzbekistan. A lot quicker than they've been in some of the other rounds. Want to see if they can divert off and just run straight onto the A-bomb side. And there's only one player defending Kenzie. You need to swing wide. You need the double kill. He'll get it. You know what? That's actually really well played. Gives his teammates a chance now to go for the alpha plant. 3 versus 3. And the bomb not really planted yet either. Bit of a slowdown here. The trades continue. But DSS will get the kill and make it a 1 versus 1. He's got no clue where the last player is, and I actually wouldn't mind if he played this very slowly. You got 50 seconds. The advantage is in knowing, so just see if you can find out where Northwest is before you go for any kind of bomb plant.
He has got so much time, you're right. There's no need to rush. Hold, wait, see maybe whether the CT overextend. Northwest holding in towards mid. Looks like he wants to go for the longer rotate over towards B, but it is actually the right call. If he plants B, and actually if he plants for dark as well, I think he'll give himself probably the best chance of making this work.
Yeah.
He's barreling on towards the side. Nobody's home. So plan to come down. Northwest, yeah, he's gambled. He's called this wrong, and he's planted for dark too. So DSSJ honestly played this as perfectly as you could.
Yeah, it's so sick because the problem is if he plants at the A-bomb side, like how is he ever going to figure out where the last player is? Like he could be shot while planting. I think switching the bomb site's the better move. And now the shoe is on the other foot, right? Now it's Northwest who's walking into a bit of a setup. He's got no information to play with. He does have the kit, so he can afford to walk it a bit of the distance, but eventually he's going to have to do what he's doing now. Just barrel in there, try and find something, go straight for the defuse, hoping that no one's going to be peeking it, but he will get peeked. Good timing for the SSJ. That's experience, and that's playing under pressure, and it's Uzbekistan to pick up the round. And for Kyrgyzstan, it's a nightmare. They will have a little bit of money, but not that much.
Yeah, mental clock was perfect there for the SSJ. Northwest, I mean, good effort, but in the end, when it comes down to it, the experienced man steps up, plays well, and delivers. Uzbekistan 3 rounds ahead, 2 rounds away. And I once again remind all of those who are maybe just joining us who don't know really what to stake here. This is for a spot. This is to see who's going to be going towards Chengdu, who's going to go towards China for the Asia Championships. It's a big, big match. And winner of this guarantees their spot joining Kazakhstan. So it's pretty damn huge. So far, it's looking like it's going to be Uzbekistan. Look at the buy again, Anders. I mean, it's a bit of a half buy. It's not great, but Northwest will find the first at the very least. Oh, they're lining up too.
Okay, can see with the headshot on top of everything else. This is falling apart way quicker than anyone was expecting. trying to get them back into it, but it's going to be short-lived for him. Oh my god, he might get the spray down. Somehow he's got it. He's going to get a chance for a reload as well. Can he save the team? Region here. What a ridiculous return into the round, but he can't get the job done. It's close. Oh my god. Aaron will get the kill in the end. I thought he had it. The combination of the AK-47 and the HE getting the simultaneous kills, that almost was enough, but not quite. What a scary round. And you know what? For Uzbekistan, they're in trouble now. They're the ones that are going to be out of money. You can see the Tech-9s being purchased here. Oh, this game is right back on again.
This is such a ballsy call. They're going for a force buy. Tech-9s, AKs, the rest. Oh, man, this is going to be tough. I mean, honestly, it is a similar thing of damned if you do, damned if you don't. One pot flash is what they've got to come over. Actually, a second to come through in a second. It's not the most man sight, and they've barreled in. Oh, surely not. Surely we're not losing to a Tech-9 force buy. Bomb will go down. A 3v5 and a smoke down towards rotate position. Oh, my God. And a dink too as well. I can't believe it.
Oh, it might be the case. It's a classic Counter-Strike experience, really. You win the hard round, and then you go into Tech-9s, and you just somehow fumble right at the end here. This is a nightmare. Kenzie traded immediately, and like you said, Spoken already dinked from earlier, so he is going to be just one fragment away from dying. One little shrapnel hitting him, and he's dead. Nice shot for Aaron. Pulls out the pistol, hunts down Region, and now it's just in the corner. No one's checking him. He's going to get the one kill. And we'll pick it up onto Spoken as well. So the Tech-9s will reign supreme here. It's 12 on the side of Uzbekistan.
And he survives with the AWP. I mean, honestly, that couldn't have gone any better. Gets
crazy.
The double kill at the tail end, wins the round, puts them on map series, Chengdu point at this point as well, and walks away with an AWP. I mean, honestly, could not have got any better. I mean, we have really seen a couple of people step up in a massive way. Ryuja's been incredible. 25 kills. To his name. I mean, what a showing. They really needed a hero. ICFO's been a little quiet compared to yesterday at the very least. And my God, they've got one. And in what potentially could be the final round of play here, Kyrgyzstan have got 1 M4, 3 MP9s, and a Deagle for Aaron the King. This is... it's not good, is it? It's tough.
Yes, it is. It starts well. You mentioned his name already. Rujin coming in with a couple of nice burst fires there. Spoken. I do like that. This is incredibly brave walking through that smoke in the middle on the CT side, but he did get the job done. Patience will be rewarded here as he gets one more headshot, putting himself at 27 kills. It's a 2 versus 4, and they are both a little bit low on health on the CT side, so a nightmare here. Kyrgyzstan, they might... I mean, they're so close to getting this done. They could get it into overtime, but if not, it's going to be Uzbekistan going to Chengdu to play, to try and get to Riyadh, and that's exactly what will happen here. 28 kills at the end for Rujin. That is just incredible, and Uzbekistan will pick up the victory.
That's sick. I mean, well played from Uzbekistan. What a map we just got there as well. Both series we've just had back-to-back there. Uzbekistan versus Kazakhstan, and then versus Kyrgyzstan, both bangers. One unsuccessful for Uzbekistan, the other very successful, and that will now mean Uzbekistan join Kazakhstan in China, in Chengdu for the Asia Championships as the 2 representatives here from the central region. A sick, sick game. We've got the highlights. We'll, of course, bring you off the back of what was an incredible Anubis. I'm glad we got to see Anubis as well. It's a very cool map. We've had a lot of the same kind of, Mirage, Inferno, all the rest. So it's good that we get an Anubis out there. It's a very fun map. When it's played against, with 2 quite puggy sides like this as well, it's very exciting. We got to see, honestly, what was a really good display. But the big thing for me, I guess, Anders, is Kyrgyzstan, at one point, it looked like they were 7-2 up, and it looked like potentially could have even had double digits at the half, and they didn't.
I mean, it was there, right? They put in the work. They definitely had enough to get this working, and it just somehow they couldn't really pull it together. So it's unfortunate, but still, they really surprised us again. For some of these regions, right? We just have almost no data. Our expectations are almost non-existent, and I think they really managed to outplay what anyone could have thought here. So Kyrgyzstan definitely a country to be taken seriously for any future Iesf tournament, and I think that in itself is worth noticing. And just some good individuals here that really managed to prove a lot. So I'm not too disappointed in them, but yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to feel bad when you could have won and you just fell short at the end.
Yeah, it's always the big thing. Always the big thing. They had the chance. It was close. And honestly, with like 70% of that first half, it looked like they were kind of basically already done the heavy lifting in the first half. And then there was just even like that scout round, for example, where Uzbekistan won kind of a low buy to Eco, and they managed to maybe just make a stick at the tail end. That 7-5 really bailed them out of what was looking like a really dire first half. They got 3 at the tail end, and then the start to the T side was, it was kind of immaculate. So honestly, really well played from Uzbekistan. I'll highlight the guy again, Ryujin. What a player. An incredible showing from him. I think as well, there's even a solid argument to be made that if it wasn't for Ryujin, there's a world in which Uzbekistan might have actually struggled there, may not have even made it. They needed someone who could step up, multi-fragging, a bit of a hero, and my God, he was unstoppable.
That's kind of a scary thought, though. You're right. I mean, without him, who knows what happens? At a minimum, it could be overtime, but it could even be worse than that. They could even just have lost the whole thing. So, yeah, some credit to him. Maybe someone's going to buy him a dinner or something like that later on, because they needed him, and he stepped it up. So, kind of cool to see. It also means that the sort of Uzbekistan-Kazakhstan rivalry could kind of continue. Once they all get to Chengdu, we could see a bit of a rematch there. That could be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I hope we can see what they're like on land. That'll be a very, very spicy one. It was a pretty decent a showing when we saw earlier in that best of one. We could see them in the series. We had to see them kind of flex the map pool a little bit, talk about a best 3 veto. Maybe there's something to work with. So yeah, man, it was a cool game. Very glad to see it. Good to see from Uzbekistan that they are able to take it. They are able to qualify, and they now join the likes of course, Kazakhstan, but then also Malaysia, who qualified from Southeast earlier. China, of course, have a team. Being the host nation, of course, will be represented there. So it's pretty cool. We're already starting to see very kind of rapidly. It's only been a couple of days. We're starting to see a couple of the teams flesh out what is already going to be a sick tournament in Chengdu, China.
Yeah, we're collecting teams slowly but surely, which is good news. Again, from Uzbekistan, just an interesting scenario here for them to make it, even though it was a bit of a rocky road, but they did manage to make it back. And we'll see Icy Vlone again. I'm sure he's going to feel good being back on land. So I look forward to seeing him again. He seems like a cool guy. Yeah, absolutely. He was a nice guy to speak to briefly as well. And the fact that he's kind of the only returning player, I guess, on that previous Uzbekistan side is it's pretty cool to see kind of how things have changed and all the rest. But yeah, honestly, really, really good showing from Uzbekistan. Kyrgyzstan, I'm actually pleasantly surprised and impressed by them. I would happily hold my hands up and say I very much overlooked them coming in towards this qualifier. I very much said it was always going to be the top 2, and I don't think anybody else was going to compete. But Kyrgyzstan, there was a strong moment where we were looking at that and say, actually, they potentially probably should have even taken that matchup. And, it's unfortunate for them that they didn't, but just how the cookie crumbles. Only 2 teams from this region. A sick game, though. A sick couple of games, actually, because we had the one previously with Kazakhstan, too, where those guys look very, very clean. And this event's starting to look already pretty stacked. Malaysia looked very good when we covered them. They went flawless. Yeah. Kazakhstan went flawless. Uzbekistan only lost to Kazakhstan. And then China have so many good players. They have so many different teams which they can even put a whole team. If they don't want to build a roster, you can look at teams like Linvision, the core of Rare Atom, for example. I mean, there's a very decent bunch of talent coming out from China. I had a chance to speak with a couple of them as well, and they're it's a region which continues to grow. So we should be getting an interview, I think, in just a moment, see how the Uzbekistan guys are feeling. Got to speak to them yesterday. They were confident, and now they can sit here and be happy. Yeah, they made it through. I don't know if the road to get through was as easy as they were expecting, but you take what you can get, I suppose. I believe we do have one more best of 3 as well, to camp up the day with, which is I think Hong Kong, China versus Mongolia. So looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. Like you said, probably going to be an interesting thing to see. Just the representation from being the host country and everything. I look forward to that for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at that, and it should be a bit of a banger. That one is just a nice and simple 1 best of 3. They're in their own kind of it's the East Asian qualifiers called. It's just those 2 teams. So it should be sick. I mean, I guess if it wasn't China hosting the event, they'd probably also be in that sort of qualifier in some way. So it should be pretty cool. Mongolia, that team is pretty stacked. They have so many good players at the moment, of course. The Mongols are even maybe arguably the best Asian Counter-Strike team of all time, at least from Go onwards. That's been the big conversation that people are talking about currently. Yeah. The other one is Tai Lu when they were top 10. They were pretty sick.
but it isn't the Mongols obviously playing there. They've got a pretty busy schedule. But the Huns, which is actually a lot of players that used to be on the Mongols, which is pretty damn sick. They score Bartak 9. Bartak's the older brother of Zenio.
Nice.
9, of course, score. Both used to play on, well, back then IHC, but you know, the Mongols itself. So yeah, pretty sick. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes when we get to it. I think we have a very small break before then, but of course we have our interview hopefully as soon as.
Yeah, we'll see if we can snag someone from the Uzbekistan side just to get a sense of their opinions, how they feel about the whole thing. Definitely would be nice to get to touch up with them, but you know, maybe they ran off from their PCs before we even got a chance to to catch them. I don't know. Sometimes that happens with these post-game interviews. The players just celebrating already. Yeah, so apparently we can't join, so maybe he's escaped, whatever, which is fair enough. So we'll let him go. Yeah, let him celebrate. It's fine. Well, we are going to hit a break then before we get into the next game, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back. How we doing? Only a quick break. We're back in towards the Counter-Strike action. We can't get enough of it here at Iesf. We've got our final game of the day, though. Is a best of 3 this time. And this one is nice and simple, Anders. There's 2 teams. There's 1 spot. There's 1 best of 3. You really can't get any eat in that. It's Hong Kong China taking on Mongolia. This one should be very cool. I think right now, Mongolia is probably one of the best regions in the world for, in terms of producing so much talent, because we keep seeing new players from Mongolia come out of nowhere and impress us.
Yeah, I think, again, just going off of limited information, that would be my guess too, that the Mongolia are going to be the stronger team in this one. But we're going to find out, because we've already made a couple of predictions like that, just based off of Regency. And then, we've been a little bit surprised Kyrgyzstan, the last one to do that. Even if they lost, ultimately, it still looked really impressive. See if we can get a look at the rosters for Hong Kong, China to begin with, just to get familiarized with some of the names and see if we can recognize it. It's Hims. What is that? Nice CS player? Is that that's an incredible name. I like that. Food, Destroy, and Akajito. Is that it? Akajito? I might be saying that wrong, but hopefully that's right about it. Yeah,
nice
I don't
CS
know.
player is hilarious, by the way. That is.
I would assume that if I was playing against someone who's called nice CS player, that he was about to be really toxic because it's like
and also
the irony.
hacking.
Yeah, just that's what you get. But
I played an MM last night, and there was a guy on the other team called Not Cheating, who, funnily enough, was cheating. So it's
classic. He tried to fool you. It's like,
yeah. I saw him in the warm-up. I was like, I don't know, man. I'll keep an eye on him. And he just spins. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. It is what it is. I mean, that's a funny name. Fair enough. Yeah. I don't really know too many of these guys. I'll be perfectly honest. So this will be new. The only guy that I've actually heard of previously is Hims. He played, I can't remember exactly where it was, but he played somewhere else for a while. I think, if I'm right in saying, he was out in North America, but don't quote me on that. I think he may have been in North America for a little bit. Let's take a look at the Mongolia roster, though. These guys, most of you should know, to a degree, at least the top three. 9 score, Bartak, all played on IHC, which is the previous iteration of the Mongols now. 9, very, very talented player. Got a chance to hang out with him not too long ago. Super nice guy. I was in Mongolia working an event there, and he was on the Mongolian broadcast with the English broadcast. Got to spend some time with him. Lovely dude. Shout out him. He was very, very nice. Score, incredibly talented. At one point was seen as one of the best players, if not the best player in Mongolia. And for a while was pretty sick. And Bartak is the older brother of Mazinia. So also a very talented guy, and was also working the broadcast too in that Mongolian event. So yeah, got a chance to hang out with Bartak and 9, and they're lovely dudes.
Well, let's see if we can get a glimpse of the maps that we're going to be playing. It's a best of 3 now, so we got a little bit of depth. I mean, we still haven't seen Vertigo anywhere at all, so I'm kind of, I doubt it's going to be picked, but I'm just curious if I just want to cast I want to cast one Vertigo game on the new map. I just want a taste of what it's like. So first up, we got Inferno and Anubis going to be gone so far. It's a good sign for Vertigo. I'm not going to lie, like it could be in there.
Could be. Not many teams pick into it. And Hong Kong, China won't be. Dust 2 is where they're going to go. I'm tentative. Are we going to get that Vertigo? I very much doubt it. It's a map in which I just don't really... I think maybe at the very most floated. Not many teams have it as a perma pick anymore. It's going to be Nuke coming through. It's actually a really strong map, actually, domestically. In Mongolia, they love this map. This is my favorite map. Always has been. This is the reason I played Counter-Strike and Vertigo gets banned. But you knew it was going to happen.
Yeah, we knew. But it's always fun to, try and guess a little bit. Ancient gonna be out next. Okay, well, that's it's not necessarily too bad. I don't mind. So if we get there, it'll be Mirage to decide the whole series with. But yeah, I don't know. I love the fact that we've got Nuke in there. Not much else to really say about the map picks. Don't necessarily have the history to justify whether it's going to be one way or another, but I would pick Mongolia if I knew nothing else here. Just, again, based off the history of the country. With Counter-Strike, I assume they're going to be producing some really good stuff here. Also noticed they had a player called Cobra Zero, which I think is a banging name, Yeah. So you could, there are a lot of names you can pick and add Zero to the end, and it just kind of makes sense. So, yeah, good job.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pretty cool name. But no, I look at this and agreeing with you, I very much lean in favor of Mongolia. I think this is a team that are very talented. The Huns they're no joke. They're a side who have been playing at least a lot more that kind of domestic Counter-Strike and actually been looking pretty scary. I think that definitely that team you can't really sleep on. They've been trying to grind it out. They've been trying to make their way through, and especially considering where the rest of this region is currently, it started to look good. We're straight into the action, though. Hang on a second. It's a 2v2. Hang on. We're in very quickly into this one. It's now down to 1. It's all down to food. He's into his car and stuck, and 9 is just tapping away.
Yeah, we're not wasting any time here at all. Cobra Zero, just as I said, going to be able to pick it up, and it will be Mongolia with an early round lead here. Winning the pistol, never a bad thing. And we'll see what they buy behind it. Some MP9s, quite a lot of utility. No bomb plant either for the T side, so I don't know. I mean, there's not much you can do in this round. Just get through it, maybe try and do a little bit of damage by a deagle or two if you really are feeling super, super bold. But other than that, it's kind of going to be a little bit boring. Oh, this is interesting. Pushing into lower dark. Now, that is something that we've seen quite a bit of us too so far in our Iesf. We haven't seen too many of those aggressive CTs high pushes, but the truth is, in this version of Dust 2, you can do it. You can get away with it because the map just plays differently. There are other grenades you can throw that can get some control of not just necessarily lower and upper dark, but even of like top mid if you're really crazy. So I want to see some more CT side aggression on this map. I think it makes it more fun.
Yeah, I'm with you. Let's see. It does go once again. It looked like they were going to go pretty aggro and take fights early. It's quiet behind it. Both sides actually playing quite tentative. Mongolia, for them, this first on the board, of course, means much more fleshed out buy to work with. Hong Kong, China, just a little bit of a lesser one. No real overinvestment. I mean, a deagle picked up here, but not really expecting anything too drastic. Ooh. I say that, and then Tamira gets his head ripped off, but Score going to answer back, so it's okay.
Not bad. Score doing a little bit of damage here. Down to one player. Food walking away very low on health here. Don't know if there's anything you even can do at this stage with the Glock, so he's going to get hunted down. And it will be a second round, but it cost a little bit. You know, some good deal shots. I think that's worth it. It's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Couple of little consolation shots, but nothing too major. 2-0. Hong Kong China first buy for them. On the seaside now, I want to see just them really showcase what they've got in the locker. Orp going to come out as well for Han. Got to try and find some success with it. It's still the MP9, still the FAMAS in play. That's a nice shot, though. Obra gets caught on the cross, and lovely opener for the T side.
Look at this scary push in with the FAMAS, instantly punished. Hims on the other side, destroyed to take down 9. And wow, this is working out very well. T side coming up with some early victories. And what do you do here? Bartak still alive. Score somewhere else. They're quite far apart. They can't really even help each other out. They're just kind of distant on the map. Score's going to get one. I don't mind that the T side has slowed down this round to the point where they're sort of like regrouping again. But obviously there's a point in time where you have to make your move here. Nice smoke to even slow them down further. So is there a way for Mongolia to get back to 2-on-5? If they win this one, that's going to be super devastating.
It's true. Only 2 left alive, but it's Bartak and Score. Guys with a hell of a lot of experience behind them. On their day, pretty solid. The only thing I don't like that Mongolia are doing here is they're playing isolated. They're split up. I think if you're going to try and approach something like this, you've got to gamble. Stick together. I mean, a rotate's coming over from Bartak, but it's going to be too late here. It's all down to Score on the site. Gets the first, looks for a second, but just a little bit too tall in order. And this should be the round. I can't see this retake coming off. And he eats a grenade.
He's trying. Nice little spray down. Still another 2 to go. The smoke is up on the run side here. He doesn't have the kit either, so it's such a labored attempt. Nice jump up, but Jetto's up there to take him down. So that will be a first round here for the T side. Not bad. 2-1 the scoreline. They're getting into it rather early on. And I mean, as to be expected, you lose that third round on the CT side, you're not going to have a lot of money to work with. They're going to force into the round anyway, which in itself is a little bit surprising. You could have maybe justified playing this one more carefully on the Mongolian side, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't hate this idea really at all. I mean, it's not the best buy, but it's still workable in my opinion. You got one rifle, the MP9s, and on top of the feet, swing. Flames finds one, 9 gets the other. Swinging up the smoke, however, I'm not a fan of.
Oh, maybe not. A couple of casualties there on the CT side so far, but I mean, 3 versus 3. One of them is the AWP. Scary when you're up against these AKs as well. Just the pistols at range. You could see Bartak's trying to get the job done. 9 might have a better chance at it here. He's waiting. You could see he's listening in for what's happening at long. very careful right now on the Hong Kong, China side of things. Just trying to be a little bit risk-free, slowing it down. There's a good flash to set up the kill. It takes a long time to find the shot, but we'll get the job done eventually. I think he could have fell back and just tried to reload that gun. I don't think he had to peek with the USP. That might have been too risky. And now the question is, what could Cobra do? A little bit of a nade, some jumping shots here is risky, but he's doing some damage nonetheless. The bomb being planted in front here. He tries to swing wide right into the headshot of Food. Good job. I mean, they're keeping it under control. These are some high-pressure rounds that they're winning on the T side.
Yeah, absolutely. No complaints here at all. I mean, this is a pretty decent game we're starting to see. And of course, being that a force buy, Mongolia can't afford now to go in for any sort of investment. They kind of just have to pump the brakes a tad and take a low buy here and maybe a bit of a conversation too and think, okay, this isn't working. Maybe got to change things up. Long control seems to be a priority for them, but Hong Kong China at the very least are playing this one pretty damn crisply. Flash over. We fight out via double doors, but we'll see. If Pistols can get a couple of constellation kills, maybe pick up an AK or the orb to keep hold of and save. It's a small silver lining, but realistically, I'm not expecting anything in this one.
No, it shouldn't be the kind of surprise round here. So hopefully just around where the T's can farm a little bit with the Mac 10. We all love to see that. Get some extra cash from getting a couple of kills with that one. And just more than anything, don't give over a rifle. That's the only thing you really don't want. Nice smokes on the ledge. Classic smoke here to try and get across. They'll take quite a bit of damage from the USPs, but again, the Mac 10 is going to be leading the charge and creating a lot of space. It will only create space. It won't actually get any of the kills, but it still looks like it's going to be plenty enough here. They're staying at distance. Nice shot from Bartak to be able to get down Food. So, again, I mean, this is actually better than I was expecting. 2 kills for the USP. I think I'll take that. Oh, sneaking in close. He's going to get that one, but he just couldn't finish it. Had a P250 or 5.7 there. You never know. It could have been possible.
Yeah, honestly, that's not actually the worst round in the world. It's sort of minimal investment coming through from Mongolia. Walking away with 3 kills. I don't think you can be too annoyed with that, in all honesty. 3-2, though, is a scoreline. T-side with a lead, but a buy back in for Mongolia. Rifles across the board. Decent amount of util. Nothing to complain about, at least just yet, but I'm going to say, I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen at Hong Kong China thus far. They look pretty solid on this T-side. Dust 2 is not always the easiest map to find early form on. Sitting behind the Molly actually doesn't go deep enough. He's on the edge of the smoke. He will get one, but quickly traded by Bartak.
Okay. Bit of a mid-presence here with the M4A1. Just trying to send out a couple of shots. And it's actually the AWP peeking around to the side, but he stood his ground and was somehow able to pick up that kill. I'm surprised. That's the kind of fight the AWP should be winning. I mean, it's a one-man lead now for the Mongolian squad. 4 versus 3. Bomb being brought into Upper Dark. It's Cobra Zero at the back of the plateau. Now, he does not have any nades at all. So, he's low on health. I don't know. Unless if he waits here and just gets a straight headshot, that's probably the best he could do. If he dies, I mean, the backup is going to be a little bit far away. There's one player towards the doors. He'll get the 1 kill that he needed, and actually will do a fair bit of damage to a second player. So, might have been enough here to really slow them down. Spray, it's not perfect, but it'll get the job done. Him's on his own, and the trade just continue. It's 9 to pick up the last one. An expensive round for Mongolia, but they will win it, and they'll steal an AK and an AWP, so it's not all bad.
Yeah. Not the worst in the world, I think, is probably the big thing. I mean, Wartide Square, once again, it's a pretty competitive game, though. I'm going to be perfectly honest. My expectations coming towards this sort of game is it was going to be Mongolia sort of make it look easy. This Hun side are very solid. I've cast them before in the past in some of the Asian qualifiers for some kind of other TOs and whatnot, and they've always been very competitive. Hong Kong China, on the other hand, only one of the players I even really recognized and well, wasn't too sure what to expect. So far, though, been pretty good. Not a good start in this one, though. Destroy gets caught by the flames.
Yeah, it's not what they were looking for. Nice shot with the AWP. Down the middle. And now they're on the hunt. They kind of realize, all right, there's no real threat on the other side. It's just pistols. No crazy buys are happening. So Mongolia will pick up another round. Again, the good start kind of continues here. little bit too early to have a strong call, but I mean, yeah, I think I probably had like a similar feeling to you. I thought it was going to be way more one-sided in favor of Mongolia, but I don't know. We're happy to be surprised with these kind of things.
Yeah, no, exactly. 4-3. I'm pretty happy that we're getting a game out of this. Sometimes it can be tough, right? If we cast the game and it's super one-sided, we did the Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan game yesterday, 13-0. It's sort of tough to get any sort of narratives going. Yeah. It's just a bit of a slaughter. This one is good, and especially because it's one best of 3 for qualification. Simple as that. Whoever wins this will be in Chengdu representing their country. I mean, it's pretty sick. Let's see. For now, 4-3 by backing for Hong Kong China, and already taking decent amount of damage. And 9 goes aggro towards doors. Doesn't spot anything. That's good information.
Yeah, Hims with a shot there. Getting the first kill of the round. Jiggling into the window over at the B-bomb site. Ooh, a little bit of patience will get another kill. And something that we've seen so far in the qualifier is that sometimes on the T side, just wait around. See if the CTs aren't going to come peek. And sometimes they get almost a free kill. Destroy is doing the same thing out on long, although nobody's really close to turning that corner. Might be up to Cobra Theora here. See if he can hold them back. A Molotov to slow them down, but unfortunately his teammate in the lower dark position not really spun around to get that kill. And now they're going to try and rotate their way back. He's actually reading it very well, Cobra Theora. I mean, you've got to give him that, but he is still going to end up going down.
9. Shot. Second. Butte. This is somebody who, for a while, was one of the more prolific AWPers that we had in the scene. They are going back towards B. Jetta holding for the rotate here as well. Pop doesn't actually do a lot. Oh my god, it's super labored, but in the end, it still will be the T side tying the game up again, man. This is really, really good back and forth. I mean, we're starting to see again how sort of deep the strap goes here for Hong Kong China. On this T side, it's not the easiest Dust 2 as well. It's very easy to kind of get stuck in the same sort of plays, right? Let's take long control. Yeah. Let's maybe have a little look in towards upper tunnels and see where we get a kill. But you can see them actually really trying to test the waters a little bit, and it's working. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing. Mongolia being tested here.
Yeah, they are. It makes for a more enjoyable game for sure. Destroy out here. There is a player inside of the smoke, and he will notice. Well played. Swinging wide and should be able to catch a second player. I don't see them getting away. It's score. Once you get trapped on that corner at the CT side. Oh, they line up for a double, though. And now a grenade landing right on top of the third player. So should be some good damage. Yeah. So Jito on the other side. So 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. What a save spray down there from Teriyata. That could have been horrible.
Yeah, it could have been tough. 3 versus 3. Jet O is low. He's a little bit quiet. Him's going to make a little bit of a move. Still nothing really on the cards just yet. Now he's got the right idea holding here. Even if they go towards Xbox, it's fine. He doesn't need to worry just yet. Let them up. They still have to cross him. On the angle, this is where 9 does a lot of his best work. He's lightning fast more often than not. But he gets caught. Him's nice shot.
Yeah, that'll open it up a little bit. We are down to about 35 seconds, but 2 versus 3, you can't cover both angles. And that's the danger of it here. 1 versus 3 now with a Molotov. I mean, you can try and run through that, but either way, it's not like you're going to be winning the round easily. The bomb is planted, and yeah, with the AWP, it's definitely more worth it to save it. It's not going to be a good idea to try and go for that alone. So he will walk away with it, and it will be one more round here for the T side. So 5-4. Very tentative lead, but I think more than anything, it's the money that's going to be the problem on the CT side now. Yeah. Never mind losing the round. They're in a little bit of financial issues at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely indeed. That's a 5th now on the board. They'll take. I mean, at least the AWP will stay alive here. No questions about it. Doing a little research into what happened last year, of course, when we were in Yash, and these two sides did play in the qualifier. Mongolia won it 2-0 against Hong Kong China. The only remaining player from Mongolia in that matchup, though, was Bartak. So they'll know all too well about him at the very least. There was a couple, Hun and Hims. They were around last year representing Team Hong Kong. Yeah, so they'll know at least about each other from last year's qualifier, Bartak and Hims and Hun, but last time out it was Mongolia, and that was the Mongols at that point as well, so a very scary team to be playing in a qualifier, in all fairness, who, ended up qualifying through. So far, though, definitely not as easy.
I know the level has increased, which kind of is what we want to see, right?
Yeah,
Good
for
to
sure.
see more people turn up and play year for year. I mean, Sweden at one of the last time. I'm sure that other countries are going to want to try and see if they can knock them off that pedestal. 4-5 here, the scoreline. That AWP, it's on 9, and we've seen already he can do some damage with it. Oh, nice flick into the corner, even if the smoke was popping up right in front there. So score going to get caught, and now they're grouping towards the B-bomb site. And it's not the AWP here, it's a USP way at the back. I mean, even if he lands a headshot, because he's not enough damage. So this round is probably done.
I think you're right. They popped out towards B. No one's home. And it's statistically back in Go when this map was in the pool. The B site of Dust 2, statistically the hardest map in the pool to retake. I mean, I don't think that's probably changed at all. You get a smoke in towards double doors, a Molotov in towards window. Safe to say, you can just call it a day, really. So where we're at for now. Just gonna keep it all they got, especially 9 with that orb. There's no point in this. Whew. Nice shot, though.
Yeah, might as well, you know. At least show a little bit of skill. Try and see if you can do some cool highlight shots for us, but winning the round is definitely out of the question here. So they're still sticking very close. Like, neither team is running away with anything here. It's going to be a 6-4 scoreline, so that's probably one of the biggest gaps we've had yet once the rifles have come out here. 2-round lead. Hong Kong, China, though. They will take it, and it's Hims leading the charge a little bit. Doing a good job with 10 kills at the moment.
Yeah, not bad. Not too bad at all. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing, actually, in all fairness. It's been a pretty cool game of Counter-Strike. I think Hong Kong, China, they really are more competitive than I probably expected. Last time when they played, it was a 16-3, 16-8 in last year's qualifier. So it was pretty one-sided affair, but this is looking decent. And Han, another beauty of a shot as 9 gets caught. That is a lovely one. It looks to line up a little bit more. Food will find score. My God, the T-Set are on fire.
Yeah, they're doing so well. Early couple of kills. They happen so early in the round as well that there's no pressure on the T side to make any really rash decisions afterwards. And they kind of know that probably Mongolia are the ones that... Oh, just to see on scope. It's a classic experience. Nicely done. So 2 versus 5 now. You know that the CTs are going to want to be a little bit more aggressive because that's the only way they can get back into these rounds. The flash definitely going too short on that one. I didn't even know what happened, but it just kind of lit up the smoke and then they never really made their way through. But even then, they can just fall back and they should be okay.
Backside. Both the rifles are going to try and stay alive. I mean, they've gone for a 1-1 split, and sadly, I'm not expecting a huge amount here, as I have to say. Hot flash, yeah, it catches a few people. Will it make a difference? Well, there's one. That's not bad. The one to come through towards the site itself, but he gets caught by Han. This guy's looked pretty damn good these last couple of rounds with the AWP. He maybe a little bit of a slower start, but my God, he's been pretty scary in the last few. Some nice shots.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you could have done there, right? You're alone. There's 4 people coming at you. Yeah, there's just not a lot of ways to find a victory, unfortunately. Still, did the best that he could. And again, the money, just an absolute misery for the Mongolian squad here. They don't have the money to really do anything with. So it's going to be a 7-4 lead. And now we're starting to build like a serious difference here. And with the money being bad, it could be it could even be an 8-4 half here. And at that point, you've got to say for Hong Kong, China. I mean, that's a sizable difference.
Exactly. And again, a deserved one as well. I mean, this is a side who are looking very, very good. Mongolia not offering us enough. There's no two ways about it. And this is meant to be a map in which, at least for the conversations I had when I was out in Mongolia, was a very good map for them. Apparently, it's a map in which the region likes a lot. It's a map in which they've always kind of been trying to incorporate into pools whenever it's been in the active map pool. So right now, you're kind of getting cooked a little bit. It's not good. There's a 3-round buffer. Like you said, the buys, it's not fantastic. It's feasible, though. Double M4 or double MP9. But you go 8-4 down on a T side as well. I mean, it's a pretty decent showing. Nice shot, though, there by 9.
Yeah, we've had a couple of those. He knows what he's doing, definitely. But again, if you can't afford the EWP half the time, then it's not going to help you that much. Whenever he's had it, I feel like he's been able to have an impact on the game. Last round of the half, and almost Bartak he's thinking about walking out long. He's just at the corner there. Ooh, nicely done, though. 9 going to be coming up with a kill. Orb versus Orb in the middle. Score. A little bit of a gap. Oh, but that is such a nice shot. Hims, he read that. He knew what was coming. The flank is coming in from long. So we talked about it just a second ago. Then almost good timing there. Cobra Sierra able to get a couple. He's still got more bullets left, and he will clutch it out for his team to get 5 on the board for Mongolia. I think that's going to be important. If they had only got 4, I think it might have been a little bit on the low side. But the game is still on here as we get into the second half. That's well done.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, only 2 rounds in it. It's fine. It's workable. It's doable. We're not going to get too worried just yet. If it got 8-4, I think maybe to a degree I might have been a little bit concerned, but 7-5 is fine. And we see Mongolia take a pistol, game right back on. The same thing happened in, of course, our previous match with the Uzbekistan game. So that's exactly kind of where I'm going to use my sort of reference point. And this is Hong Kong China's map pick 2. So we shall see. Who's going to come up? 3 players, in fact, is going to go up towards Cat here. I don't hate this. This is pretty cool. I'm going for a little bit more of a gimmicky stack, but
okay.
Mongolia, they're sticking as a pack.
I like this too. I think it's interesting. Might be hard to read if you're coming in on the T side. You might lose track of how many CTs are up there, but we'll see. So far, it should be a very, very swift bomb plant. And there is a kit on Jito there, so they could go for the retake, but yeah, they don't even get a single kill here. Bomb is going to be planted. This after plant is going to be very, very tricky. Let's see what they decide to do. Okay, they're actually checking lower dark. I like this. They're showing so much prowess because there could easily be a T hiding down there. So they're saying, okay, if we're going to go to the retake, we don't want to get a shot in the back. So let's check lower dark. And now we're going to go for the full-on retake. They have the kit, and they're just running in there. This is about headshots, and it's about speed behind it. So far, trading very favorably. My God, the run and gun is off the charts here, and he's going to go straight for the defuse. Let his team do the work, and I don't think Nine's going to be able to stop it at range here. They should be right in front. The defuse is in, and it's Hong Kong China picking up the pistol in the second half. That is a sick retake.
Yeah, beautiful. They just play their kind of protect the president kind of vibe. They just body block the shots. It means there's no way that defuse was going to be stopped there. Lovely work. Really nice pistol coming through. I mean, it's very safe to say that Hong Kong China have got a very good approach of how to come in towards this Dust 2. They've obviously done a lot of work in towards how to execute, how to sit together, how to retake, and all the rest. This is one of those where it's not being played like a mix or like a kind of a puggy team. This feels crisp. I mean, all these guys playing on a team, on an org together called Sleeping Dogs, and it shows, right? This is not like we're watching maybe Uzbekistan to a degree where it's a little bit more of a mixy side. This is an organization, a team with a deep strat book that are obviously flexing it quite a bit right now. They look good. They look really, really good. I'm liking what I'm seeing. And yeah, Mongolia, the Huns, they're meant to be a bit of a feared name, but they're in a tough spot. They're 3 rounds behind, and I don't know, man. They haven't given me enough to see faith on Dust 2 just yet.
No. Very, very curious. I don't know. I was expecting something different, but again, was happy to be wrong. We're learning, again, on the fly with the rest of you. Hims showing up still as top of the scoreboard there for the CT side now, but the rest of the team are playing well. So it's not just necessarily like a one-man performance, I would say. Scout on 9. Galil also picked up on score. Some weapons to do some damage with, but so far they haven't been able to find any tags with it. So it's going to be the wall of smoke set up. So they're going to try and see if they can get out behind it. Some jumping going over as well, just to get any information here. But the CTs have 2 players in position. That's a bit of a wide swing potentially. Could be dangerous, and they're going to lose another player at the site. So This is at least going to be a bomb plant. Wow.
Okay. Goes down. Conversation to be had here. Scout. First contact. 2 players going to play up together. Up onto the site itself. They're very tentative. Are they giving this a go? I mean, 2 out of the 3 on Hong Kong China aren't even in the rough direction. If they are going to give this a go, it's going to be a late retake. They might actually just be playing exits. Yeah, I think they are.
It's kind of fair, right? Like, well, you know that it's going to be a long second half here. You already got a bit of a lead. Maybe you don't want to throw it all away, but if you're going to make it expensive on them, then they're not going to be quite as satisfied winning the round. Doesn't look like that's even going to be possible. So they'll save the 2 M4s, and for Mongolia, that's a huge round. That could easily be what brings them back into the map here.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the difference maker. Those sort of rounds where you kind of make things work on a bit of a lower to no buy is absolutely huge. This is big. This is big. I mean, we're looking at this now as well as a kind of a bit of a changer because it does put a lot of pressure onto Hong Kong China to their buy. And I think they're unfortunately kind of forced into a force. You know, they got 2 rifles to work with the MP9, but then they kind of, because of the double eco situation, they have to buy themselves. That was long. Mac 10 leading the charge. Trying to get in towards Pit. Misses the jump, but second time of asking. We'll get in there.
Sneaking up to the smoke here. They are all out long. This is always very interesting when you see them on the T side, because when the entire T squad is out long, it's very hard to fall away from it and sort of, you know, decide to go back on the map because there's so many positions to check. So it almost feels like once you're here, you kind of have to commit to it. Whether it's quick or slow, you're almost certainly stuck out here. You've seen people fall back from the position with success, but I feel like more often than not, it's better to just kind of keep it going instead of going back and checking all of the rest of the map here. Nice shot from Destroy. Will take down score, and they're going to know. They know now, all right, it's definitely A long. They're going to go probably get the bomb planted here. So the question is, do we have protocols for the retake? Do we know what we're doing here? They don't have a kit, so already that's a big downside here for the CTs.
Utah being set up here. I don't really think it's going to make too much of a difference, but hot flash to come round. That doesn't really have any sort of effect. And a re-smoke on towards CT. I think that one's more or less done here. Jetto will be caught. Cobra taking a couple of taps. Will they clear below? Yes, they will. The Mac 10 going to get a little bit more money as well, so you cannot complain. Mongolia going to make this a 1-round game. Hong Kong, from them, which started so well, they're now only within 1. This is, yeah, tough old spot that they put themselves in. A little bit of a slower start to the CT side, and Hong Kong China, they've got to try and make this work when they can get some money back for them. 3 alive, though, is a silver lining. At the very least, it's something. But, yeah, I don't know, man. I really still think like they're in a bit of a tough spot. Mongolia have come alive, and yeah, thankfully so, because at least name value-wise, they really should be competitive in this game. Yeah,
we had high expectations. Maybe it's just like a slow start kind of thing, and maybe it's the fact that now they're on the T side, so you get to make a lot more decisions. Hong Kong China are kind of running into the same kind of problem here, right? They have a little bit of money to work with. They've saved some guns. They're kind of trying to put it all together and have a bit of a competitive start, but wow, rush to the B-bomb side. It is the ultimate classic on Dust 2, but there's nobody there to greet them. And in the middle, Score is having himself a field day at the moment. Spraying, lining up. It's a quick quad kill. Pistols out, and if they would have waited a second, he would have had the ace, but it got stolen.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Fair play.
You'll take the 4K, though, I think, if you are Score, up to 17
sure.
now for him. So, all tied square. Game absolutely on here. Hong Kong, China back into a bye with the M4s, the util, or the rest. But where we see things at the moment, Mongolia, it's just been a really decent, really decent run of things. I mean, this sort of spread around that we started to see on this T side is very, very solid. And I think the worrying thing is that Hong Kong China, who've been competitive, they might have sort of lost control of this a little bit. Hot flash over on the corner. Good nade for 9. And another with the AK as well.
Oh, trying to make their way through already, and with great success, to be honest, trading favorably 1 to 3. So that's it. I think the call's probably already come out saying this is not going to be worth it. We have to fall back. We just have to exit this one. Bomb going to be planted, and that means Mongolia are going to be in the lead here. It's going to be 9 to 8 in their favor. Wow. those long pushes or the long rushes are so hard to hold on the CT side, even if you know they're coming. I actually think it's one of the more frustrating things about playing Dust 2 sometimes is you can call it out to your team and say, hey, listen, they keep rushing long. I really need help. But it's like, it's not always clear that anyone can do anything. Like, how many people can you put out long before it's going to cripple the rest of the defense, you know? Wow, they're being hunted across the map.
Yeah, I don't blame them as well because they know that the Econ is in such a weird space. It's a bit of a spray, but Jetto will fall. This is relentless now. Coming through from the Mongolian side. I mean, man, with the way they're playing right now, I don't see this letting up at all. I gotta say, for now, I'm a big fan of what I've been seeing. They've absolutely changed up the tempo. Mongolia know that they're gonna find a lot more success when they come in towards their T side. They're setting their tempo. They're coming in super aggressive. And I think they've realized now that if they just play basically fundamentally super aggressive, they can kind of pug their way into success, or at least for opening kills. It's working. Out towards long. Nade stack is good, though. None will get caught.
Yeah, fair play. That's another classic. And you can see a little bit of panic in the Mongolian side. I think they throw like 2 or 3 Molotovs just they're escaping. That's probably too many. One would have done the job, but all right. It's an AK stolen as well on the CT side, but the problem is Food is alone, and he's not in a good position with the Max 7, right? He's all the way huge range here, just trying to hide in the corner. Have they seen him yet? I don't think they have. Nicely done, though. Bartak. They still don't know about the Max 7 in the corner. Now they know. And the problem is that shotgun just can't do anything at range. So even though they got the kill out long early on with the grenades, and it's pretty sick, it's such a quick rotation coming out from the Mongolian squad that it's going to catch them off guard anyway.
You're right. Rotates of Han might actually get caught if he tries to save. I don't really think it's going to happen, is it? Yeah, they're hunting once again. Oh, spotted, spammed, dropped. Man, Mongolia. It's not even that they're winning the rounds now. It's that they're winning them in such a dominant fashion that there is no contest. There's no competition. It's dicey. It really is. You got Lost Brothers to work with, but that is basically all they've got is a silver lining over towards this Hong Kong China side. Mongolia are relentless. The aggression, again, is beautiful. They know that's where they're going to find a lot of the success. They know they can basically keep relying on the rifling core to get super active. I don't blame them because it's exactly what they expect. Score, not letting up at all. Man looking pretty damn decent when he's given the opportunities with the AWP. Flashes towards long. Ober's out here early. But it's Bartak for the first. Again, another kill within the first, what, 10 seconds there?
It's just relentless, isn't it? It's only a 2-round lead, so in terms of the rounds, I mean, there's still a lot to be played for here, but the swiftness of which some of these rounds are starting, it's just very hard to keep up. Nice shut down there on towards the catwalk and even stealing the AK round. That's pretty good. That's a start, but the long push is still coming. They have smokes for the cross. They have Molotovs for the afterplant. They can go really far. If the bomb gets planted in a good position here, grenades alone might carry Mongolia through, but that's a nice pickoff. Only one smoke for the cross, so they didn't double smoke it, and that's always risky. Oh, speaking of risky, they try to run up. They were not expecting Score to take that fight. Nade lands straight on top of Destroy, and he's lucky that the next one doesn't land on top of him too, because he would have been dead. There is another Molotov. I mean, they're both still right there. If the Molotov lands on them, they probably have to give up the round. It's a little bit further down, but yeah, they're walking out here. Nice headshot, and I don't think Hims could do much. 1 versus 3. They shouldn't peek him too much. Just, I mean, again, the experience here should tell you just, yeah, leave it alone. Now the Molotov is there, so now you can do it. But before then, just let him play the round out.
Yeah, got to be said as well. I'm actually surprised in the 2 remaining actually even give it a go. I know a 2v3 seems doable, but with how low they were, I don't think it is. Hims trying to survive. He managed to get an AWP. Oh my god, pistol pulled out. And Hims just see it off. That is an AWP to work with, which she'll take every day of the week. And he will actually be given the luxury of a save. So a little bit of a silver lining taken away from that. Does it matter? No. I think it's probably the main thing to talk about. It's 11-8. Yeah. It is Mongolia 2 rounds away from taking Dusty, which is their map pick. And also on the other side as well, Nuke is such a good map for the whole region of Mongolia, but for the Huns in particular. So I'm a little concerned. I think if Hong Kong China wanted to make a conversation out of this, I felt like they had to take Dust 2, and that was to push it to map 3. If they lose this, which is looking very much like a probability now, they could be in trouble. And it might just be a quick B hit. Hundo going to find Bartak. So that's a decent start. And Food Full Blind finds score.
Okay, they're answering back rather quickly. The B rush has kind of been sorted for now. I don't know if there's much you could do through the smoke, and Cobra Sierra alone. All right, they actually managed to hold on. Good flick, good HE, and everything worked out fine. So Hong Kong China right at the end able to pick up a round here, which if they have any dreams still of making a comeback and actually winning this map, like you outlined, there's a good reason to believe that Mongolia are going to be pretty good on the second map. You want to do it right now before it's too late. 9-11 is the scoreline here. 19 kills on score. That's a pretty impressive achievement. But Hims on the other side has got 17 kills. So got a couple of players that are standing out from the rest at the moment.
So let's see. On the corner, it's a good fight by Food as he finds his first. The score will drop. Hunted and Paul's the one to find too. He has been pretty immaculate. The window player. Oh, Jetta not cleared properly though. Onto back, Molotov down, Jetta. If he goes to now peek into door, he might get caught. He's somehow given the cross. Hims gets caught. This is such chaotic Counter-Strike. But it's working for Mongolia, and another shot by Score.
Grenade on top of him, but 9 through the flames. Will pick it up and destroy. He's so low on health. He has to push in and get both the kills right then, and then he couldn't do it. 9 will take him down. It's 12 on the side of Mongolia. They actually go for a similar kind of, a little bit of a delayed B-rush this time with a presence out long as well. Tactically, this is all really sick. Like, they're doing a great job. It's not just the individual fraggings. They've got a deeper game here, Mongolia, to try and win this one.
Yeah, absolutely. 12-9. This one feeling like it might be done. There is a buy to work with, which is decent for the CT side, but Grenade, not exactly the greatest util. Hunt's actually gonna get that peak. I was gonna say he had the right spawn for it. Tamara gets caught. I think he's a decent start. Goes something a little bit aggro out of long. It's kind of how they've always played. However, they're going to aggro up Cat. And they've got this space basically for free.
Yeah, so far so good. Even if you lose a player on the T side, definitely still manageable. They're waiting to see if there's going to be any CT aggression as they set up on the catwalk. It's only one AWP on the site itself, so if you have the grenades, they certainly do. You could try and get past and just get the bomb planted for catwalk and try and play it that way. Smoke will try and dislodge one of them. Oh, they're going to be boosting right over. It's a classic maneuver, and actually they're going to get a grenade before they even get a chance to do anything with it. But I think that's an attempt to try and out-battle the AWP on the other side. Would have been fun to see that playing out, but the grenade kind of canceled it out. We're down to about 50 seconds. Less than 50 seconds now. They're going out the middle instead.
Yeah, not giving us a huge amount of time. Hot flash. It's a very deep hot flash, though, so these front players not going to feel anything. Bartak gets one towards Food. They're going to look at the window player. Jumping down. He'll get it in the flames. Ah, that was weird. Yeah, the flash goes way too deep. If he just, right hand jumped over a little pot flash, I think he does a lot to slow them down, but he goes way past them. And now a tough 3v4 retake on the hardest side statistically to retake in all of the competitive map pool.
Yeah, this is definitely not going to be easy. Starts off with 9 in the middle, just keeping them occupied. He almost had that one. Tech 9's out, and he runs for the headshot. Oh, this is a great map for Mongolia. 13-9. It was a slow start, but they managed to pick it up at the end very, very convincingly.
Yeah, absolutely. For a large kind of portion of that, it really didn't look good for Mongolia. They were all over the place. They were getting kind of overrun. Their CT side was really struggling to find any sort of success. And there was, a decent portion of that where we were having a conversation saying that I think Hong Kong China can kind of just run over them. And it really felt like that was going to be the case. And then it all did change. We had the highlights bring you off the back of it. But, a really special showing from a Mongolian side who dug deep, who really showcased just how strong they can play. And I think now have set themselves up very strong in this series. They're going in towards Nuke. It's their map pick next. You've just taken away Hong Kong China's map. They're on track for this 2-0 now. This is not an easy spot that Hong Kong China find themselves in.
Oh, definitely not. But again, credit to some of the individuals there on the Mongolian side. Very, very fun to see them play as well as they did. And Gotta say as well, Hong Kong, China so far surprising us with the level here. This could have been a map win for them. It just came down to a little bit too slow of a start, I think, in the second half, where the economy kind of goes out the window when you're on the CT side, and from there it's rough to get back into the game. But they made it very competitive, so I'm not too sad. It's another interesting matchup here that we've got. Not just a one-sided like roll, but definitely more competitive than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm impressed with what I saw in that first half as well. It felt so good. Then we got to the 7-5. They kind of kept alive Mongolia. I think it'd been a bit of a different scoreline. I mean, maybe even seeing kind of the 8-4 or the what at one point felt like a potential of a 9-3. It could have been a completely different conversation. But when I look at it now, I look at where Mongolia gave a live tail in that first half and then spiraled super well. Their T-side was, the word I used throughout the game was relentless, because it was. I mean, they were running in towards fights, getting kills within the first, 10, 15 seconds, basically every single round. And yeah, I mean, Hong Kong China just couldn't seem to respond on our CT side. They couldn't find a way to shut them down. They'd play guns up. They'd still lose the aim drills. They'd drop U-tool. They get caught with U-tool in hand or get caught in rotation. It's such a tough way to go about it. And if you play too passive, you just give Mongolia all the map control, which you could just never afford to do. So really good game. Mongolia, they dug deep. They were able to find a decent amount of mental resilience and now look towards Nuke with probably a lot of confidence.
Well, I mean, this is it's not the ideal start, because we've been saying Nuke, obviously map picked by Mongolia, is going to be coming up next as the second one in the line. So they should be on track to that. They're also a little bit more warmed up. Everything points to the idea that they're going to be coming to this one feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, exactly that. This is the scoreboard off the tail end of it. A pretty decent one, all things considered. Not too shabby at all. Score looked very, very good all the way through. 9 looked pretty solid on the AWP as well. And even Bartak was able to step up with a couple of, especially on that CT side, then chaining in towards the T side. He looked pretty damn clean. We saw a couple of individuals, Hims, especially on their T side, was very proactive and opening up a lot. But in the end, didn't seem to make too much of a difference. Map just shy of 35 minutes there. But, for Mongolia now, they're so close to booking in their spots, Chengdu. Like we said, in this qualifier, it's one best of 3, nice and simple. And then they're heading their way over towards Chengdu, China, which is pretty sick. But before we get there, we're going to throw this one to a break. It's Nuke coming up next. Mongolia's pick. Sit tight. See you soon.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here with another map. It's Iesf. We are looking for more contestants to qualify for Chengdu, China, and ultimately to make it the road to Riyadh here at the end of the year for the Iesf Championship. It's going to be one hell of a long tournament, but we're going to get some great teams in there. Right now, we've got Hong Kong, China up against Mongolia. We've had the first map already on Dust 2, and it was picked by Hong Kong, China, but won by Mongolia, which means now we're into Nuke, second map here, and it's looking like that could be a really strong map for Mongolia as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, I look at this and it starts to feel like potentially we're looking at the beginning of the end here. I mean, this has been where at the very least I've seen the Mongolian side actually come to fruition the way I probably expected. Hong Kong, China started well, but it's all about how you finish fundamentally, and it was a really, really good showing. I think now you're heading towards Nuke, and I'm looking at this now. It's a very good map in the region. It's a very good map for Mongolia, who play under the Huns. It's a map which they've kind of very much had as a staple part of their map pool. I'm a little bit concerned. Hong Kong, China, to a degree, they probably expected this pick. And being as this matchup is actually a best of three between two sides who are organizations, right? You know, I mentioned how it's the Huns over towards Mongolia, but it's also Sleeping Dogs, the Hong Kong, China side. So, you know, there's maybe demos and tape and a bit of a research that can come into this. It's one best of three. You're not playing against any other opponents. You can actually prep for this. Not so much something that's possible when we saw like Central Asia, for example. It's best of ones. It's tough to prep for those. Here, the last couple of days, you know, this match has been out for about a week now. So they at least kind of looked into their opponent and how they like to play. Even still, it's a very good map. The only caveat is that the Hong Kong, China side will be starting on that CT side. Seed side of the Nuke is the most seed side of the map in the pool. That's a good thing, but yeah, I'm a little concerned. Is basically what I'm trying to say.
I think for good reason. Although again, like they did surprise us, so maybe they have studied, maybe they've done the research and they realized this map was going to be in the pool and they're ready to fight. But if not, yeah, it could be a really tough game for them, no question about it.
Yeah.
They ran out of steam at some point. There was a little bit of a shame. Hims was playing super well and getting a lot of rounds on the board for his team, but it can't just be a one-man show. You need a little bit more there. So I don't know. It's I'm hoping that we're going to be pleasantly surprised and that Hong Kong, China are going to show up and do something. But again, Mongolia is again another region, this part of the world that's really brought a lot to the international space. So wouldn't be surprised if they are going to be well prepped and strong themselves. They did pick the map after all, so I guess we'll see. Yeah, do we have are there any updates from any of the rest of the bracket? Do we know yet? Is there anyone missing?
I can take a look.
I'm just curious.
In terms of bracket from which region?
I was thinking about the Central Asian one. Did we get that all lined up? I think it was. I know that last game didn't matter at all, but I was just wondering if there was. I think Kazakhstan beat Turkmenistan, right?
Yeah. So the last game was the one that was playing kind of simultaneously with Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan was Tajikistan and Turkmenistan, and that was 13-2. So it didn't make too much of a difference. That was Tajikistan's only win. But yeah, it's Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan who are locked in to Chengdu. The other one, of course, we got here, which is the East Asian qualifier. Our game here. We've also got South Asian. We've got Oceanic, which is, I think I'm saying the same thing. Yeah, it's just Team Australia versus Team New Zealand. Pretty cool match that one's going to be. Australia versus New Zealand.
Sure, yeah.
There's actually been a decent amount of talent coming through from that region as well. And then we've got West Asian and South Asian left. So after this, we've basically got 3 more qualifiers left. South Asian is including Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka. That's going to be cool. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't think I've watched much Counter-Strike from the likes of Nepal, for example, or even the likes of like Sri Lanka. So that'd be cool to see what they're looking like. I've caught a bit of Indian Counter-Strike. It's God's Reign playing. They've actually played recently. I forget its name. It's a Blast tournament. Blast.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I forget its name.
I know what you.
The draft.
The draft. Yes.
Yeah. Over in, and then they also played in Sky Esports as well, the Indian LAN. I think they were at the last LAN, or they was actually played online, but the last big tournament there. So there's some decent talent, and then the last one is the West Asian qualifier, which is teams like Iran, Jordan, Lebanon, Palestine, Qatar, and Syria. So yeah,
okay. I keep telling Blair that he needs to find a way to get me to one of these Indian tournaments, because that's another country that I've never been to. And I really want to go. Like, I think it looks crazy and fun and interesting. So it's kind of on my map. Yeah, I wanted to head down there for one of those Sky Esports events too, just to see what was going on. But the calendar is busy and there's always something going on. But I'm hoping to get there in the future, just to visit the region. Here we go. We're gonna head into it. No more talk. We are gonna be covering the game. And here we go. Second map is up. It's Mongolia. They're gonna be starting on the T side of Nuke, and Hong Kong, China are gonna be on the CT side. So let's see how this plays out.
Let's see what we can see. I'm very interested to see how Hong Kong China respond off the back of losing your map pick in that sort of fashion. It looked so good for so long, and then suddenly it fell apart. What can you do?
It wasn't enough. Sometimes you have to shake it off and just say, okay, that was it. That wasn't our map, but now we have to move on and try and do a little bit better next time. Bartek, how's he got here? He's covering Mini, and while the rest of his team is pushing down, Gito surely has no chance to lay. That's so hard to figure out, because they're going to hear the footsteps maybe on the other side and say, all right, there's a lot of people down secret. What's going on? Now he's stolen the dualies, and they're down below. There are a couple of CTs down there to hold on, and actually, they might be doing a great job. That's a bit interesting, because if they died, it would have been a bomb plant, and I think an impossible to win round, but now it's back on again.
Ooh, that's fine. Nice find. That food will fall. This is a good place to hold as well. Very strong position, which basically just denies all rotations coming through. You can't really go anywhere via lobby safely, because 9, all he has to do is stand right there. There's no way for them to get in comfortably. Swing in the corner. It's a little double stack. Now to get one. The last man is Han. They know where he is. Drop on towards the site. Tap on towards the bomb. Need to just, swing on the corner. Beautiful work. So Han will fall. And I'll be Mongolia finding that first on the board. Simple stuff. Ultimately, I don't think there was too much, sweat broken off the forehead in that one. But it's a really good start, on T side, making that one stick. That's what matters.
I mean, it was sketchy for a while there. That could have definitely backfired. So the rotation down below was really good for the CT side. They knew that someone was coming, but at the end, it was Mongolia kind of changing the round and rotating back up to the upper bomb side instead, and that was the right call. We're not going to see any force here either, so we can't do a little count this time. They're playing it cool.
Yeah, let's see. Tapping away. Not a lot offering up via outside, though. I mean, honestly, these pistols, I'm not expecting a lot. It's a nice kind of gimmicky little stack. You peek here. Cobra, he spots them all. But you can probably isolate a couple of fights here. As long as you don't take too many casualties, it is fine. And it's looking like they're not going to take any, honestly. My God. There's one in all fairness. Glock pulled out to try and see off the last. And another dink comes through.
No way.
Won't make a difference. So only the one casualty. Score. Lucky man stay alive on 1 point of HP. All in all, not too bad. Not too bad. Pretty simple stuff. 2-0 start. What you'd expect. Now we go back into the bye.
That's crazy. I thought he was going to get one more shot there with USP, but all right, fair enough. Second round being picked up. We got the AWP out.
Early as well.
On 9. Yeah, that's quite early, actually. It cost them elsewhere. It means they're going to have a couple of, fewer grenades. There's no armor at all on him, so that could be scary if you run into too much trouble early on, but nice grenade, and that's going to be enough for a kill there. Nobody there to punish it, although he can't really reload, trying to run away from it, but he's going to get taken down. Strong start here and destroy. What a spray. He continues and transfers it onto a second player, down to a 1 versus 2. It's 9, and you got to be careful here with the AWP up on the high ground. Again, you don't have any armor. He's going to get the 1 kill there, and he's ready for the high ground. Tries to get the headshot. Oh, this is so scary. 1 versus 1 all of a sudden, and the AK snuck in right underneath him. He's got a big advantage, and he gets the headshot. A magnificent round, and the Mongolian squad, they're surely going to be celebrating. That was a sick clutch.
Oh, man. Mongolia look very, very good at the moment. They're playing super aggro on this C side, and honestly, it's pretty enjoyable to watch as well, because they're not giving the C side any time to set up, not giving them time to set up, not giving them time to think as well, and that's the way they played all their strengths on towards Dust 2. We spoke about their Dust 2 T side being so strong because they were relentless in their aggression, super puggy, very quick, but also they have the players to be able to do so. Scored a really good map. He's bringing that level once again. 9 as well. Similar thing for him. They're barreling in towards lobby. Bit of a crunch. I'm sure this is all a known quantity. I think they have at least one holding that lobby wraps. They should know where they are. They're fighting. A little messy, but I don't think they should be too worried, really.
No. As long as they stay grouped up, make sure you don't give anything easy away, it should be fine. It's Cobra, Zera up on top here. Hims will get another kill. That's a little bit more expensive than you would expect. They're giving over an AK-47, and that's kind of where the danger usually starts. So you say, all right, that's a bit too... Oh, the timing! Just as he was throwing the Molotov, but he can't keep it going. And actually, the Molotov will keep the last player a little bit further back. So at least the bomb is going to be planted here, but... Wow, this is a way more expensive round than I was expecting. Bomb planted, though. Mongolia still in a driving seat for this one. Hims, do you want to risk the AK? I can understand why he might want to. They're a whole map down. Like, he's been playing very well today, so maybe you just try and go for it and say, that's it. I might not have the kit. I might not have a lot of chances, but I have to do something for my team.
Tough. It's been a great take.
This is sniped through.
You hate to see it. I mean, honestly, I think you've got to take a gamble there of your Hims. You've got to try and utilize the one gap that you've got to work with. It doesn't. You hate to see it. Simple as. 4-0 start, though. My God. It's pretty, at least right now, it's relatively damning. I mean, we're seeing a T side of the most seats out of the map in the pool look pretty comfortable. I think that's the main thing that worries us. If these rounds are close, but Mongolia was still winning them, there's at least a conversation there. For the most part, they're not. And I think that's the bit where, at least for me, I'm getting a little worried about this. Back into a buy for the CT side, but something's got to change.
Yeah, it definitely does. That's a nice way to jump through there, using the Mac 10 to begin with and just clearing the space for the rest on the other side. There's 3 people on the A bomb side, but that's a big problem because the bomb's about to be planted down below, and there's nobody there. Not a single CT to catch and stop anything. Honestly, this is one of the hardest parts of Nuke, but you might be better off saving this round. Even if you have got a 4-on-4, you just might have to say, that's it, but there's no point, because it's going to take a long time to get down there, and you are going to risk your entire economy going. So it feels like one of the worst decisions to make as an in-game leader for a team to say, I know we have the same amount of players alive that they do, but we have to save all the guns. You could see they're kind of thinking about it, but already so much time has run off this clock here.
Hey, trying to go for the exits. The Molotov. Oh, might make it a little icy, in all fairness. Really fighting to make it expensive at the tail end, but is it going to make too big of a difference? I don't think so. Yeah, a lot of damage. Not on the tail end. It's whatever. I think really a care that they're dying. They have so much money left in reserves. A 5-0 start on the C side. So fundamentally, they're feeling absolutely fine about this. Maybe even arguably an interesting decision. Once you've lost the site, smoke, be considering going for fights at the tail end. I think you'd, at least in my eyes, completely read right. The round's a bit of a non-starter. Let's just go.
Yeah. Five and 0. My God, this is spiraling out of control rather quickly now to rush to the A bomb side, and it's working remarkably well. And that's going to really be annoying for the Hong Kong China side, because they just had a 3-man setup at the A bomb side, so they wish that was the round where somebody would have attacked them, but instead it's this round where they only have the 2, and they get absolutely wrecked on that one. 1 player left alive here. It's going to be a 6-2 lead for Mongolia. They are absolutely running away with it. I'm really shocked. I mean, we did say that they were only going to be good on the map, but it's a little bit more than I was expecting. No, it's hard to criticize anything. I mean, you could see 9, he's got 10-1 as a scoreline, right? They're playing individually super well. For the CT side, it's not even necessarily individually that they're playing badly or anything. They're not prepared. And you can see the game plan for Mongolia for some of these executes. It's so quick. It's so fast. So if you don't win the initial fight, you might just get completely wrecked, and there's no coming back from it here. 9, easy enough. At range against the pistol, gonna be able to find that one. Should be a free kill. Oh, actually, might be okay. Destroy somehow got a double kill in the middle of it. So far so good. 2 versus 2. All right. Well, this is going to be a very, very tricky retake. Jetto trying to sneak in. He's got not much of a chance here. I don't know if there's a kit on the ground, but I doubt it. So she's going to be down to trying to find a very, very fast kill. And I think, to be fair, even the act of playing this a little bit slowly might even be, yeah, you could see maybe was hoping for a fast kill to try and do something, but ultimately it didn't work out. So instead, it's a 7-0 lead for Mongolia, who are running away with this first half. There's no question about it. It was way more competitive on the other map. Obviously, on Dust 2, we had a little bit of a back and forth, but it's very one-sided at the moment.
Yeah, this is such a good map for Mongolia, and it's showing. Hey, look, so damn good. So damn good. I'm impressed. I really am. I mean, for Hong Kong, China, I mean, we're getting to a point now already where we're looking at this and saying, I don't know if there's anything really left in the locker for them. 7-0 on T side. This is already becoming such a no contest that I don't even know if there's any possibility of maybe getting back into this. We'll see. But at 7-0 scoreline, I'm not exactly feeling hopeful right now.
And the one thing you could say is that a lot of this is carried by 9, just doing such a good job, but wow, the rest of them are certainly also doing theirs right here. I mean, you can see the triple kill out in the yard. Food and Hymns are left, but I was going to say, maybe if all of it is on 9's back, you can say, all right, if we get the kill on him, maybe we can win the round, but that sentence was almost cancelled by the time it was done. Good shot. Food in the corner, but he's going to get overrun, and now it's all on Hymns. 1 versus 3. Again, a very unlikely scenario to try and clutch here. It's very, very likely it will be Mongolia with an 8-0 lead. I don't know what you could do here. Again, it sucks, but it might be better to save the rifle.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think there's even any point, basically, looking over towards the ASAP. But also, you know, we're getting to a point now where saving's not going to make a massive difference either. Maybe to a degree, you can talk about just taking gambles. They've got nothing to lose, I think, is the big thing now. But they're on track to get absolutely massacred in towards this map. I mean, there's been nothing really to work with. I mean, Hymns looks at the end for a fight. I mean, he hears them, but yeah, not going to make a difference. You could have got an AK upgrade. Not a priority. Now not going out to the bomb. Doesn't really matter. I mean, look at the money. 14K for 9. So much. I think he's fine. He's more than fine there. 8-0. I don't know, Anders. This for me feels like we could be having a very quick end to the day, which is actually a shame because of how good Dust 2 felt. Dust 2 felt pretty competitive. And it's maybe when you look at it in a bit more of a grand scope, though maybe the way I'm thinking about it now is that actually maybe it's Dust 2 is just not a great map for Mongolia, but this is actually how this team, how good they actually are. Maybe that's probably the way we're going to look at it. Say, actually, this is a normal map for Mongolia. It's just Dust 2 is specifically not a good one.
It could well be. Another rush onto the site. They don't have that many nades on the CT side, so it's really hard to hold back and stop that rush from coming through. They're on the site, and they're going to get the bomb planted here. Good coverage. It's a team kill somehow. In the middle of it, Bartak will get 1, but he's also going to get food at the same time. So 2 versus 3. Hymns and Destroy are left, and what can they do? Hymns taking this fight. Taking a minute or two, but they'll get the job done eventually. Almost out of bullets, but hasn't reloaded yet. And the bomb ticking away. They do have a kit this time. I mean, if they want a chance to win around, this is one of the better chances they've actually had. They're taking forever. Are they just giving up on the round? I feel like this is a mistake. I feel like this is the kind of round you should go for. Like 1,000,000%. Try and fight for this one.
Yeah, and then for me, it doesn't make any sense to then fight a bit at the end, right? It's like, you know, you've lost a rifle. I mean, yes, they still have money to work with, but I'm with you. 2v2, you've got nothing to lose now if you're Hong Kong China. You've got to be taking risks. You've got to gamble. And I think in a 2 versus 2, it's, you know, odds are you can actually make that work. They had a little bit of util to work with. They had enough HP and they had rifles. I don't understand why they've gone for that. I think that's probably more a mental thing more than anything. I think they've probably been kind of looked at it and said, hey, you know, I'm not feeling that crisp right now. I'm not feeling that good. This, you know, we're kind of getting destroyed here. Let's just save and try again next round rather than, all right, this is 2 versus 2. This is actually doable. I think they kind of really got in their own heads a little bit.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. You see that, you think, ooh, this game has become about more than just what's in the server potentially. 9-0. Relentless, the Mongolian squad just attacking the bomb site here, and they're winning every single fight. This is completely one-sided. And some of the grenades that you want to see thrown down there from the CT side, some of the Molotovs or smokes or whatever to try and stop those kind of rushes from happening, they're not really coming through. My God, this is absolute destruction at the moment. One player left here, but Mongolia, just nothing good. All right. At least they get the knife kill, at least.
We can take a silver lining, I think, is probably something out of this. But
Why not?
Man, yeah, at this point, I don't think there's a huge amount to really work with. 10-0, I think it's already done. I'm not really even going to kind of keep the conversation open about the potential of a comeback or anything of the sort. This is the most T side of the map in the pool, statistically speaking, and Mongolia are dominating on the T side. 10-0, flawless. The way they're playing right now, there's no room for interpretation about how Hong Kong China are going to get back into this. At least at the moment, they would need a ridiculous resurgence. And hey, that's not a bad start.
Yeah, well, I mean, why not? Whatever it takes to get the last 2 rounds at least, just to save a little bit of dignity. And if you're in the pistol, I mean, it's still really far away, but at least there's someone to fight with here. Oh, jumping down. MP9 practically out of bullets here, and it's going to be the Glock to seal the deal, leaving Hims alone, already fighting out of the yard as the bomb is being planted. They know exactly where he's coming from. So no surprises here. Even this round, which looked like it was sort of doable, it still falls a little bit flat. And he's going to be found at the end. 9 having himself a beastly game.
Yeah. Love in life. Love in life. 11-0. I don't know. I feel like we keep going back here and just saying what is there left to offer. And there isn't a lot. I think that's probably the main thing that we can say here. This is this is on track to be one of the, well, at least at the moment, is the second quickest map that we've probably had. Maybe even quickest in terms of actually how long the map lasts. I mean, we had that 13-0 with Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, but at least some of the rounds were kind of relatively competitive. That hasn't been the case here. They're not competitive. Oh my God, that is a ridiculous drive-by shot as well. He was still moving, I'm sure. There's no way he counter-strafed from that time. There's no way.
Why not? They're just styling on them, but they're having way too much fun. Down below with the bomb. They're going to get planted right away. 3 kills away from getting that 12-0 first half, and look at how confident they are. They know they're winning every single fight. It doesn't even matter any longer. Destroy on his own. And sure, he can try and take a bit of a fight here, but they're going to all just pile on top of him as soon as they realize where he is. You can see they're not even playing for the bomb any longer. They're just playing to try and hunt down this kill, and it'll be Bartek to get at the end a 12-0 lead for Mongolia on the first half of this map. That is quite something.
Yeah, 15 kills for 9 as well. I mean, man, you can actually see as well, especially towards the tail end, they're just playing for stats because they know they've won this. There's no two ways about it. They're just playing to see, hey, who can do the most damage. I mean, Cobra's round at the end there was brilliant too. He had a little bit of a quiet one because, I mean, he hasn't really been called upon all too much. Same for Score. I mean, Score's not done bad by any means. They're dead before he even sees them. So, I hate to say it, but second half, maybe the last round here as well. Oh no, and Food got knifed in the back by his teammate. That's never going to help.
Why? Oh no.
Oh man.
Well, they're in trouble already. Maybe even more so now as Score is picking up a couple of kills. 3 before he goes down. Up on the high ground. It's a kill there and a headshot to finish it. 13-0. As it will be Mongolia to take this series in a 2-0 fashion. Very competitive on the first one on Dust 2, and not at all on the second one.
That was easily the most dominant map. That was more dominant than Kazakhstan versus Tajikistan, which was also a 13-0 as well. That was ridiculous. And I'm actually very interested. I hope we can get it, the stats graphic, to see how long that map lasted. It can't be more than 20 minutes. Surely not. That was rapid. But what a showing. Mongolia, I said it's a good map in the region. I said it's a good map for the Huns. It's actually their go-to pick whenever it's open. And that is why. That is how good they played. I think it probably changes the conversation about the series a little bit too. Dust 2 was close. You know, we felt it was a little bit competitive. And I think that's probably more indicative of saying that Mongolia aren't that great on it more than, that it was a better map or whatnot. I think that's probably a map in which Mongolia just didn't actually feel that comfortable with. Hence why it felt closer.
Yeah, it's really, really impressive. I mean, what can you say? That kind of spoke for itself. That that particular map. Well, do you have the highlights ready? And I get the sense the highlights are probably going to be fairly one-sided as well. But, we can look through them anyway. It's going to be Mongolia having a great time with them.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be pretty damn quick. I mean, there's not a huge amount to talk about here as well. I mean, a lot of it came down to, especially towards the tail of that first half, it was all about head-to-head duels. Mongolia, they were so confident. It's something you brought up, right? You could just see some of the plays they were making were just so outlandish. There's kind of no need or no reason to be going for some of these plays. They just kind of back themselves. And I honestly, when you're dominating in that sort of fashion, I actually don't hate it. I think that's probably the right way to play. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's the classic saying. I mean, honestly, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I don't hate it either. Like once that confidence sinks in and you just, all right, you're doing this, you might as well just keep going. And they played a lot of great strats at the beginning. They had a lot of good calls, but then towards the end, they kind of realized, okay, you know what? Now we just rush. Like, go for it. Rush outside, rush into the A-bomb side. They cannot stop us. One of the few highlights there, potentially with a knife from the Hong Kong China side. But otherwise, it was Mongolia just powering through, not dropping a single round here. Yeah, that was a blazing shot towards the end. You're right. It didn't look like he stopped at all. Just kept going.
I have a strong feeling they didn't. Honestly, there's surely no way. But all in all, I mean, a really, really good showing. And that also means as well that Mongolia will be heading to Chengdu, China, which is pretty damn sick. This is a side who are very competitive, can play great Counter-Strike, and in this instance did exactly what we wanted to see from them. Very competitive game, really showcased just how good they actually can be. And I think the big thing for me is, I mean, I don't think it hit 20 minutes. I was right. Yeah, 19 minutes 32 in that one. That was a very quick game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it was over and done with. 9, obviously the top fragger in this one. He played very well in Dust 2 as well. But just all in all, looked like a rock-solid team. It was not like he was miles ahead of the rest of his teammates. But yeah, this was it is a very, very, very dominant victory, obviously. I look forward to seeing them. That they look like a team. Obviously, it's hard to know when we only have seen them against one opponent, but so far they look very, very confident. So we'll have some information when we get to China. We'll get a sense of we'll have some data points on how well they're doing at any rate. So that's good on its own. I like that. Yeah, no, exactly that. I mean, it's a really good showing as well. I mean, Mongolia for them, it's a region which has had a lot of talent, and of course, the kind of interesting thing as well about Mongolia, I guess the Huns in this sense, is that they're actually technically seen as maybe 3rd/4th best team in Mongolia. There's a couple ahead of them, but they're booked for another event at the same time, which is obviously the Mongols and then ATOX as well, which are pretty damn sick. So it's awesome how much talent there is in Mongolia. This is a region that continues to thrive in Counter-Strike, despite their geographical issues where, pugging in EU is not really a possibility, but pugging in towards Asia is even quite hard as well. They're at a bit of a geographical disadvantage, and it still does not stop them. It's a region that thrives in Counter-Strike, and honestly, awesome to see. I'm so glad to see it. Yeah, it's so cool. I think, again, it should be one of the promising things about esports is that it is kind of, in many ways, it's like breaking down a lot of boundaries that exist in regular sports where, you have to find a football field to play each other if you want to play football, obviously. But the fact that you can do this sort of a little bit more worldwide, I think it just makes it very interesting. And you get to, see players like this that you would have never seen otherwise. But it's really awesome. And they're obviously super skilled. Like you said, a huge geographical disadvantage. Maybe there could be another team that we could find a way to get them pugging in Serbia or something like that. Like, get everyone over in boot camp. That'd be really fun. But I think with a little bit of luck, we'll try and see if we can get Bartek on from the Mongolian squad just to chat to him, see what he has to say. Hopefully the tech will work out and we can drop him in here to have a conversation. But I've got to say, I mean, this was very, very impressive work from them today. Yeah, the coolest piece of Bartek as well, of course. Now both him and his brother both having competitive lands in this year. It's pretty sick, right? I think it's cool to see a cool story that a lot of people seem to like as well about him and Mazzinho over on the Mongols. So interesting to see how he feels, how the Huns are doing as well, and what the plans are, I guess, for the region going forward, because it just continues to get better and better. There's a lot of eyes on Mongolia right now as well. They've also got their own circuit over there. It's called the
the Mesa Pro Series, and it's a Mongolian tournament, which a lot of these guys play in. The Huns obviously were also in it as well recently. So it's cool, right? They got lots of different things happening in Mongolia domestically. It'd be cool to get an insight of kind of how they're doing. I've actually there you go, my Mongols jersey right there. So
nice.
Big fan of the region. It's cool to see them doing well as well. So yeah, it'd be cool to speak to Bartek, see how he's doing, and what it means to them, I guess, to qualify to Chengdu.
Yeah, I really want to know. I'm going to try and see if we can get an answer. I would love to know how does one region sort of outcompete another one. I mean, there are tons of countries in the area that have the same geographic issues. So how come one is suddenly miles ahead of another one? I don't know how that works. But I guess the same is true in Europe, right? Like to some extent, some countries, like you would have thought in some sense that Germany should have been like a hotspot for generating talent in Europe. Like you've got a giant population, internet's fine, like you've got a long history of playing Counter-Strike, but we just haven't really seen that kind of a breakthrough. And then other countries like Sweden and Denmark I don't know, it's just a cultural thing. People like playing it becomes a thing. I don't know what it is, but something's going on that can make the difference there. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly. I think we are just prepping him, and hopefully we'll get him in just a second as well. But I think it is interesting to see, and especially for him as well. Going to Chengdu, I don't think it's too bad. Mongolia is a neighboring country to China, so I think it's probably one of the easier flights, in all fairness, getting from there. So for them, not bad. Should be cool. Obviously, a very decent. I think probably China's probably one of the only regions where they can get solid prac on fair ping, quote unquote. There's a very decent amount of talent coming out of China as well. It's probably one of the only regions where they can get like fair practice coming through, where the ping's not too bad, and it's actually kind of worthwhile because of the quality of the teams. I look for, especially at teams like Limvision, for example, who have been very, very solid for a while coming out of that region. But yeah, I think we got our interview ready, so we can bring, I think I'm right saying, Bartek on with us and have a little conversation, see how he's feeling off the back of that one. Brother, thank you very much for joining us, first of all. It's good to see you. How are you feeling? That's sort of best of three. Map number 2, pretty quick, that one, I think is safe to say.
Yeah, it's feeling good. Yeah, that's it.
All right, nice and brief. What does it mean to you guys to be representing Mongolia now in Chengdu?
We will back in Europe, then go Chengdu. Play for Iesf and Paramar. Often, yeah.
Not bad. Do you guys think you can make it out of Chengdu? Do you guys think you can go all the way to Riyadh and play?
Yeah.
Sick.
Nice.
That's not bad.
Confident. Fair enough. The last thing for you guys, what's the prac and stuff been like for the Huns? I mean, obviously, you guys have been putting in quite a lot of work recently. How's things feeling with the team?
We didn't prepare Tasto, but it's fun to play. Nuke is our first pick. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. Pleasure to have you on. And best of luck and congratulations. We'll see you in Chengdu, China.
Okay. Thank you.
Cheers. All right. That was a little bit like we suspected, right? No prep at all for Dust 2, but it kind of worked out. And obviously you get to play their first pick of Nuke. So yeah, nicely done. Well played.
Yeah. And he said he expected the Anubis as well. So maybe that's for me at least where they might have done a little bit of prep in towards maybe what Hong Kong China can bring to the table, maybe what kind of map pool they're sort of going with to a degree. But in the end, kept it brief. Bless him. You man a few words, but we kind of got the vibes there. I think a pretty simple series, all in all, from Mongolia. And of course, they will get the spot here from the East qualifier. Nice and easy. Now the teams are starting to be locked in. Just today, we've had now 4 teams locked in. We've had Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Mongolia, and Malaysia. So we're starting to get this tournament fleshed out. Of course, China, being the host nation, will have a team there as well. We've only got a few more spots. I think we've got 5 more spots. We've got one that will either go to Australia or New Zealand, whoever wins that best of 3. Same kind of vibes with this one. And then we've got 2 spots from, I think it's called the West qualifier, and then 2 spots from, I forget the other name of it. but we've got 4 more spots are basically available.
Yeah,
so
couple
we're
more.
we're getting there. We're getting there.
Yeah, of course, you know, I think it's iesf.gg. You can keep up with a lot of the scores as well there, so you should be able to get like a sense of where the tournament's progressing at. But yeah, what a day. We had some really competitive games. We had some big surprises, but we got some of the teams in that we really wanted, so I guess that's good news too. Got to see Kyrgyzstan do better than we expected. That made me smile a little bit. I was happy to see those guys play well. Don't think we have anything else, so until we return, which should be tomorrow, there's more IESF coming up. So stay tuned to social media. You can catch up on when we're going to be back on, and have a great day, everyone. And thanks for joining us.